I love that this animal isn't interested in your wishes. That's Vubak. Whose cat is that? Yours. Of course, the one who doesn't want to do anything of value owns a cat. That checks out. Did I just diss all cat owners? I guess I did. Sometimes cruel and is grounded in reality. Can you be a goblin killer so you just want to be a military dwarf? How about this one? Catchupon. Lycott. She is the daughter of Lemuel, both Moments and Erath Spokelm, and is an ardent worshipper of Delman Direcrest the Mountainous, and a ardent worshipper of Deller Direcrest the Mountainous. Deller Diamondcrest the Mountainous is a deity of the Crimson Pulley. Deller often takes the form of a female dwarf and is associated with Meowtins. I was thinking about cats, so Meowtins is what that is. Turning up my noise machine just a tad. Pretty quiet previously. The point where I think most of you couldn't hear it. Her heliotrope eyes have large irises, and her hair is wavy. Her very long hair is braided, and her somewhat short ears are narrow. Her head is tall, and her nose bridge is slightly convex. Her hair is black, and her skin is dark peach. She is incredibly quick to heal and very strong. You have no combat skills, but you're strong, so I guess that's good. You have no kills in your history, so we'll have to change that. She is sometimes cruel and grounded in reality, and forms only fleeting and rare emotional bonds with others. Sounds goblin-y. Interesting. She only rarely feels strong cravings and urges, and very easily falls into love and develops positive feelings. Not very goblin-y. She is troubled by this because she holds romance in a low regard and always is tense and jittery. She needs to drink more coffee, clearly. Or less coffee. Potato. She doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living and takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful. She likes a little excitement now and again, and she is quite polite. She tends to be a bit stubborn when changing her mind about things and can sometimes act without deliberation. She is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger. You'll be fine. And she is rarely happy or enthusiastic. And she is conflicted by this as she values parties and merrymaking as an abstract concept and is not inherently proud of her talents and accomplishments and needs alcohol to get through the working day because she's somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger and does not mind being outdoors at least for a time, and she is a hardened individual, which means you're fine with the stress thing. There you go. Meat! Hashtag. All right, so we're going to jump down here. Fond of drink? Well, all dwarves need alcohol to get through the working day, and all dwarves are all dwarves value crafts dwarfship, and all dwarves what's the word? Need alcohol to get through the working day. If they don't remember when they last had alcohol, or they don't need alcohol to get through the working day, then that's not a dwarf, and you need to do some examining of that dwarf. Otherwise, you're about to run into problems. Gishuk the chick has been found dead. It's fine. Nothing of value was lost. Chicken was found dead, probably from the recent goblin siege. And Lycott has begun a mysterious construction. Apparently, we have an artifact happening. What's this? Granite blocks, gizzard stones, rough clear zircons, granite blocks, Crundlebone, alpaca wool cloth, cinnabar gizzard stones, and date palm wood logs. Well, best of luck, Dwarf. Make something cool. Let's jump back down to that lower level, because I need to finish these. Let's see, was that ear ever hooked up? Okay. So, no, so I can finish that. Let's unsuspend that lever. If I pull that lever, it's going to cause problems. You're hooked up. Okay, so that's Splat Zone. So Splat Zone 1 is good. I've got a lot of suspended jobs. Let's unsuspend these. We'll just let them finish that. But yes, this is what we're waiting for them to finish right now. They can finish this, then we can do the drop zone fun stuffs. We're up to 98 dwarves in this fort. We were at like 112 at one point. So something that happened in this fort. Where is it? Uh-oh. Did they kill the prisoners? Yeah. Ah, there they are. So this is the Dark Goblin Pits of Demon Tightness. Not to be confused with Demon Tetanus. You'll need a shot for that. But Demon Tightness is a Goblin Pits with 5,000 goblins in it. Anyway, TLDR, those are all my dwarves. Ingas, Manom, Stinthad, Moral, Mycot, Aquafunkalistic Bootywap, Edem, Fath, Tussid, Stinthad, Idan, Sodel, Arath, Dastot, Cole, Star Legend God, aka Nil, Ast, Digal, Datan, Odom, Aloth, and Ezem. They've all been kidnapped or captured because we attacked this. And some of my dwarves are stuck here. Zatham, Lizard Tamer, Mesbeth, and Logum, as well as over here, Amos, Spinwire. So these are all my dwarves. They've been kidnapped from various fights because we've been trying to demolish these goblins. And while we've been successful, we destroyed Weblock, we destroyed Torment Learned, we destroyed Menaced Snakes, we destroyed Bridge Fiend, and we destroyed Wilt Monsters. One of our goals for this world is to completely annihilate and wipe these goblins here off of the map. Our other goal for this world is to kill this Necromancer Tower, but we can't reach this Necromancer Tower from our current location because it is it's unreachable. It's in this mountain area, which is where the majority of our faction is, and we want to free them from that. We've built 3 forts in this world. We've built this one currently, which is Mothfall, which is what we're playing. We built this one, which is Hotbeards, and we also built this one down here, which is Umber Bulwark. Tomorrow, we're going to start a fortress over here somewhere in the Immoral Jungle, most likely. Hopefully there's some materials, because I want to do a haunted jungle fort, and that's what that is a haunted jungle. So today is probably going... Hotbeards, you're beloved. You loved Hotbeards. I mean, it's still there. I could reclaim it, and maybe I will. But Hotbeards is the one with water cannons, which were very fun. So, but today we're going to try and do the finale of this fortress. Not because, like, it's bad, but, like, I'm just kind of getting a little bored of it, and I've kind of done what I wanted to do with it. So... just to keep the variety interesting, we're going to try and have a final showdown fight on this fort today. So goal for today is to train up 4 full squads of dwarves and hopefully have a couple more successful sieges against the goblins and drop at least 1 more of these onto an enemy siege before... the day is over. So that is the plan for this fort and what we're trying to do. And then tomorrow, well, obviously tune in tomorrow for the next part of your favorite show of my stream, the best show, naturally, where we will embark anew on a haunted thing. A 5,000 goblin city can be raised to the ground? Yes. But not with this fort. I will need like 8 squads, 8 to 10 squads, like fully decked out with steel, and we have copper and silver here. So it'll either be this fort or it'll either be the next fort or the one after that will down it. I need somewhere with steel, basically. We need steel, or I just need to say fuck it and go get adamantine, and then iron armor at the very least. But yes, we can down it, assuming there isn't a demon there. And even then, if there is a demon there, we can probably still down it. It'll just be a grind / a challenge. So we're getting there. We'll take her out. It'll just take time. Also, if anybody else wants a dwarf, just shout at me. And if I need to do a more varied overview of this fort, just let me know. Also, Pablo, I assume you don't mind me doing this and tweeting this out. People are basically trustworthy. I mean, it's true. They're basically trustworthy. Can I make you a dwarf IRL? All right, lie down and I'll get the hatchet. I need to snap you off at the knees. I mean, only you can make you grow a beard. I can't make you grow a beard. I could give you a dwarf in game, though, if you would like. Do you have a preference of job? The jobs are crafters, metalworkers, engravers, masons, miners, farmers, meat shields, So I'm even more confused. So, all right. So I was going to mention this. This is something weird that's happened in this fortress. Amost, Eshasharast, a baron, is traveling here. Has been traveling here for several years. Okay? If I go in here. Detan Doransang, Baroness Consort of Tempkol, one of my dwarven citizens. Is that Baron's consort? Why hasn't the Baron shown up yet? I've never had a Baron just set as traveling for so long. It's so strange. Lightast, the Butcher, has created Idorithil, a date palm wood puzzle box, and claims it as a family heirloom. This is a date palm wood puzzle box. Our craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with cushioned clear zircon cabochons and rectangular granite cabochons, and encircled with bands of date palm wood. This object is adorned with hanging rings of alpaca wool, crundle bone, and granite, and menaces with spikes of slate. On the item is an image of logs in cinnabar. You know very little about this game. You want to be a miner? Alrighty. Well, you need to find you a male dwarf so that you have a beard. There you go. Ineth. Demersus. He feels euphoric due to inebriation, but is dejected after being unable to be extravagant for so long. Feels self-pity after being away from family. Well, wow, you do have actually quite a large family. Is any of your family in the fort? Stodir, your aunt, is in the fort, one of my recruits. Zulban, the administrator, is one of your nieces. Your nephew, Cog, is in the fort. Your cousins are Friggin' Bob, Cussy, other Cussy, Tygozar, and Animal. I think most of them are dead, actually. Lightast, your other cousin's in the fort. And your lover is not in the fort. Rip your lover. You worship two deities. The laws of pregnancies, which is the Crimson Pulley. The lens most often takes the form of a female dwarf and is associated with song and inspiration. And you also worship Deller Diamond Crest Mountainous. Of course, the deity that takes the form of a female dwarf is associated with mountains. He is 107 years old, born on the 13th of Slate in the year 72. He is a son of Autumn, leaped sacks, and tossed plated work. He is scrawny, and his very long sideburns are braided. His very long mustache is braided in double braids, and his very long beard is arranged in double braids. His hair is clean shaven. He has a very high-pitched voice, and he has a broad chin and his teeth are gaped. His lips are very thin, and I'm going to stop doing this voice now because it's hard on my voice. His ears are free-lobed, and his nose is slightly hooked. His hair is gray mixed with black, and his skin is dark peach, and his eyes are heliotrope. He's 107 years old, born on the 13th of Slate in the year 72. That's about 50 for a dwarf. Demersus likes bronze, black zircon, saltwater crocodile, bone, and the color bronze, catapult parts, and large roaches for their ability to digest, and the words of the musical poem and the sight of the velvety queen, and when possible prefers to consume giant elk, river spirits, and can't stand flies. He personally believes that perseverance is one of the greatest abilities anybody can have after seeing a goblin's dead body in the year 177, and thinks it is unfair, and thinks life is unfair and doesn't mind it that way, and values good craftsmanship and doesn't really see the point in working hard and dreams of mastering a skill. Is frequently depressed after seeing a goblin's dead body and does not trust others and he is very polite and observes the appropriate rules of decorum when possible. Can be very single-minded and sometimes can act without deliberation. Is assertive and does not easily fall in love and rarely develops positive feelings. He is quite ambitious and doesn't mind wearing something special now and again. He's weak strength-wise. Like, that's like, you know, skinny arms. Weak. That kind of weak. Not weak mentally. Like, you're all right, aside from the frequently depressed bit, but, you know, mood. Develops positive sentiments and is quite ambitious. Doesn't mind wearing something special now and again. And, he's quick to form negative views about things and takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful. He has a tendency towards forming deep emotional bonds with others and is generally acts with impartially and is rarely moved to mercy and is currently quite fearless and is currently more confident and currently more shameless and needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. So everybody's just like, sounds right, do right, or accurate, or like, man, that's like weirdly close. Dwarf Fortress is very good at randomly generating bios that are kind of like getting your horoscope reading read. It's just believable enough. I mean, yes, he likes roaches for their ability to digest. Hey, man, I like the Borg for their ability to consume the whole universe. So, you know, we all have our problems, right? Dwarf Fortress is... How do I word this? Very, very good at generating bios that are general enough that they cover most bases. So it's kind of like getting your palm read. Someone who's good at reading your palm can just be like, I see that you've had a stressful time recently and you miss something and you really would like something else. And like, they're just general enough that you can be like, yes, you're right. What the fuck? And that's kind of the way this game works. Is it's like, it generates a general enough kind of picture of a person that it's believable, but also broad enough that you can assign a wide swath of characters to it. So, anybody else want a dwarf? Anybody else want their palm read? Just remember, if you don't die in this fortress, you might die in a haunted one, which is the next one I'm making. Ned Flunders wants one. Any preference on dwarves? Unless you just typed in a plus as a typo. Did you have one in this one? I think, yeah, you died. Didn't you? Did you not? Yes. Do you have any preference on job? Meat shield? Do you want to be meat shield? You can be Zephon. Ned. Blunders. She doesn't feel anything after seeing a goblin's dead body. You know, chat, I don't think she feels anything after seeing a dead body. Oh my god. All right, we got a line here, Arcray, but we'll get to you. If I miss you, remind me. Horrified after seeing a goblin's dead body. I am very sorry, Ned. You're an Axter. You're 60 years old, born on the 7th of September in the year 119. She is incredibly muscular. Her very long hair is neatly combed. She has a prominent chin and tall ears that have large hanging lobes. Her eyelashes are quite long, and her head is somewhat tall. Her hair is black, and her skin is dark peach, and her eyes are heliotrope. Is that fun? Ned Flunders, Kaisertar, likes Mudstone, Platinum, Dendoric, Ogate, Green, Devourer Tooth? Is that a demon? The fuck's a Green Devourer? That's gotta be a demon, right? Huh. Anyway, hatch covers, goblets, and cavefish for their beauty. And the cavefish are beautiful. And flax plants and flowers, and the sight of the Velvety Queen, and when possible prefers to consume persimmon wine and longland flower, and you can't stand roaches. I wonder if you can make wine out of persimmon. So much death? Yeah, there's a lot of that in the basement in this fort. She personally sees guile and cunning as indirect and somewhat worthless, and respects perseverance and respects the law and doesn't care about nature one way or another. Dreams of raising a family. She has great trouble mastering fear when confronted by danger. Well, that's not good. I mean, you do now. And has an active sense of humor and tends to be swayed by the emotions of others. Probably a necromancer experiment. You're a necromancer experiment. Also, that's probably not wrong. Green Devourer could very much be a necromancer experiment. She has an active sense of humor and tends to be swayed by the emotions of others, and has an active imagination and a tendency towards forming deep emotional bonds with others, and occasionally overindulges and is often cheerful, isn't particularly interested in what others think of her, and needs alcohol to get through the working day, likes working outdoors, and only grumbles mildly at shitty weather, and doesn't really care about anything anymore. And you're married to Zaskub, the clother, and your deity is Inaz the Defensive of the Crimson Pulley, most often takes the form of a female dwarf and is associated with law, so you worship the god of law. Speaking of dwarves, Tygo, do you have any preference? But while I'm waiting on your preference, I'm going to give our friend here a mason. Acre? Is it Acre? I'm reading that like Actraiser. But tell me if I'm getting that wrong. Etter, Acre, within the last season was frustrated after being unable to acquire something for so long. That isn't funny, they say. You have a wife who's in the fort, who's a doctor, a diagnoser. Married a doctor. Damn, gold digger. Lemare is the deity of the Crimson Pulley, most often takes the form of a male dwarf and is associated with marriage and wealth. So you worship the god of marriage and wealth. Well, you are married, so that does kind of check out. You're angry after getting into an argument. Well, that's no good. 90 years old, born on the 12th of limestone in the year 89. His medium-length sideburns are braided. His very long mustache is neatly combed. His very long beard is neatly combed. His very long hair is neatly combed. His heliotrope eyes have large irises. It would be weird if they were neatly combed. And he has a prominent chin. His ears are tall and his lips are thick. His eyelashes are quite long and his eyebrows are somewhat high. His hair is black with flecks of gray and his skin is dark peach. Yes, I do have metalworkers. So you'd like because I can make that happen, Tygo. He is indefatigable and very strong and agile. Likes Kesserite, sterling silver, pink tourmaline, the color cinnamon, bracelets, ballista arrows, and llamas for their long necks, and giant deer for their grace, and the sound of the poet of couples. Giant deer sounds like something from like Princess Mononoke or like one of those other Ghibli films. And he prefers to consume black bullhead and dwarven wine, and absolutely hates bark scorpions. Can't fucking stand the things, frankly. I don't blame him. Personally, greatly respects those that observe decorum and maintain their dignity. Holds shrewd and crafty individuals to the lowest esteem and respects power, and sees working hard as a foolish waste of time. And dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. Is in a constant state of internal rage and only tries to assert himself. Rarely tries to assert himself in conversation. He is not careful with resources when working on projects and often spends unnecessary effort. He seeks out exciting and adventurous situations, and after experiencing trauma in 158, and rarely feels strong cravings or urges. He does not find most jokes humorous and is very ambitious, and always looking for a better way to better his situation, and he is stubborn and lives a fast-paced life and generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity and likes to keep his things orderly. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. I mean, to be fair, whoops, that's the wrong button. To be fair, compared to a dwarf, isn't any deer kind of a giant deer. So you want a metal worker. Let's see, we got a weaponsmith. We got blacksmiths or furnace ops. What do you want? I do have a legendary weaponsmith sitting right here I can give you if you want it. Also, if you see little C's walking around, they might be my chameleon people. I've got 2 chameleon people running around the fort. I've got a chameleon farmer who's right there, Saba, and I have a chameleon clother named Aquasar, who are both my both previous adventurers of mine. You want a blacksmith? Alrighty. She is content after eating a fine dish, but felt lonely after being away from friends for too long. You worship Deller Diamondcrest the Mountainous, deity of the Crimson Pulley. Most often takes the form of a female dwarf and is associated with mountains. And in the mid-autumn of 198, Rigel Liberties was authored by Cyberek. I don't need to read that. You have no family to speak of, or you're hiding your family history, and you are not married, and you have no friends. I'm very sorry. Felt wonder after remembering Communing with Deller Diamond Crest. I almost misread that as felt wonder remembering a dog's dead body, but I just skipped to the wrong line. You're 63 years old, born on the 4th of Malachite in the year 116. She is average in size, and she has a very high-pitched voice. Silver spoons for the whole sip. Oh, you know. Her heliotrope eyes have large irises, and she has a prominent chin. Her lips are thick, and her small-lobed ears are extraordinarily broad. Her hair is neatly combed, and her nose bridge is slightly convex. Her hair is black, and her skin is dark peach. Tygozar likes dolomite, nickel, jasper opal, cacao wood, and the color jade, crossbows and backpacks, and bracelets, and elkmen for their grace. Lots of grace. When possible, she prefers to consume squid and bat ray and dwarven wine and can't stand slugs. I also hate slugs. Fuck slugs. But like they eat my lettuces and they're annoying. She dreams of crafting a great work of art someday, and this dream was realized. She has no sense of vengeance or retribution. She is shameless, absolutely unfazed by the thoughts of others after wearing old clothing in the year 177, and dislikes helping others. And is troubled by this because she truly respects sacrifice. She is very stubborn and feels strong urges and seeks short-term rewards. Doesn't mind wearing something special now and again, and could be considered rude. She is very humble and often finds obligations confining, though she is hopeful about the future. She gets distracted during conversations when she's excited, and she exhales slowly and deliberately when she starts getting bored. Needs alcohol to get through the working day, and does not mind being outdoors at least for a time. Doesn't really care about anything anymore. Okay, your chameleon is still alive. To be fair, I'm trying real hard to keep those chameleons alive. I really like my adventurers whenever I have adventurers in a fort. We're currently cleaning up after a pretty big fight that happened previously, as well as working on this. So there's a lot of construction going on. If anybody else needs a dwarf, give me a shout. What? Tagging dwarf, like my stream as palm readings? Is that? I wouldn't add it if they had it, but is that actually like a tag? No. Reading aloud is one. I could almost set my stream up as a reading aloud tag, but almost. I don't know. Does anybody actually use tags? Hey! 2 minutes ago, my mom received information which she just sent me an email for about getting the garden. Cool. Add reality to the character. She saw a lot of death and suffering. This is true. Makes her a complicated character, which makes her interesting. Time to grade some schools exams at 2:40 a.m. Well, I mean, hey, at least you got company, right? Hopefully the alarms haven't been too constant today. Scratch my head and dandruff lands on my glasses. The long hair life. Man, so whenever I read a bunch of Dwarven descriptions, it always like throws me off because it's like, that's a bunch of power reading out loud, and then suddenly I'm just like, exhale. Because if I read them slowly, it would take like an hour. So currently we're making a bunch of clothing, we're making granite blocks. Let's check our metal supplies. We're currently sitting on. Let's just make... I didn't capture one. I can talk about that in a second. Silver Warhammer 50. Yeah. And charcoal 50. So no, I didn't capture one. But we have visitors allowed, and this dwarf got bit. He's a member of my fort. Or she's a member of our fort. Stone. She's had a relatively rough life recently, but was very happy that the acceptance of the petition for the Guildhall of the Company of Spines was completed, and is content after putting on a well-crafted item, but ashamed after having her clothes rot off her body because, well, she is living alone. But she does have a pick, so we're basically getting her to make her own fort in the base of the fortress. Is currently making rock pots to be able to make herself some beverages. So after rock pots are available, and we're able to make a farm plot again, we'll then gather some plants in here and hopefully get us some brewable materials. I mean, these are all dimple cups, which is a little unfortunate, but we're basically trying to help this dwarf make their own fortress by themselves without killing them. So I'm trying to help that dwarf still be able to live a life in this fortress alongside of everything. There weren't too much, but the only one which happened during school time. Started almost exactly at the beginning of an exam lesson and ended almost exactly with it. Feels like someone is actively out there trying to screw with you. I have a genuine question. How did the kids feel? Were the kids like, yay, no exam? Or were the kids like, ah, damn it, no exam? Genuine question. Yeah, the were-lizard has become a hermit. I always try and keep were creatures alive if they are my fort members. If they're, like, invaders, then, yeah, fuck them. But, like, it's not their fault they got bitten, you know? Like, it was the act of another were-lizard who got killed by my military, and then this were-lizard was, you know, this is a member of our forts. Still one of our own, even though even though she's in a rough way, she's still one of ours. With the pillar floor trap, do you think it would still be there if I reclaimed it? No idea. Maybe? Depends. It would probably be collapsed. But the trap would still be functional. I just have to rebuild it. Oh, also, since I was shouting out good Twitter followers earlier, I shouted another really good Twitter follow by the same person, which is Picard Tips. Before lifting your teacup off a small dish, give the command, prepare for saucer separation. Yo, Zoloro, we're not playing Long Death right now, but I would like to inform you that your vampire is still alive somehow in Long Death. But you have a good night, Chups. So bad. It's perfect, isn't it? I laughed, though. I mean, so did I. Excellent. Catch-up fan. Excellent. 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 Perfect. Yeah, I saw that earlier. Sad. Rip Gilbert Gottfried. When do you get to murder goblins? When they show up. Otherwise, like, if I were to send you out right now, you'd go die. So if you want me to send you to your death, I'll put you in a squad by yourself and send you out. You'll never come back, though. Have some patience. Besides, you'll only get to murder goblins as a last resort in this fort. Ideally, I pull one lever, and this turns the majority of them into pancakes. Speaking of pancakes. Pancakes. Raising bridge. But yes, patience, young Padawan. Patience. Send them out to find the Baron. I mean, that too. There weren't too much, only the one which happened during school is almost exactly the beginning of the... Also, these little fuckers, for some reason, are physically unable to attach their phones right side. Some are even upside down. Wait, what do you mean by phone? Oh, photos. Okay, I read that as phones for some... My bad. Hey, Bob, what up? It's good to see you. It's going all right. How's you? We's building the fortresses. It's going wells. This is a layer of stone that's gonna turn goblins from green and gray boys into flat green and gray boys, which is optimal for green and gray boys. Makes them into green and gray boy pancakes. What was for dinner? I hope it was much tasty. Taco Tuesday? Oh, shit, yeah. Fuck yeah, dude. Why is this the finale? Because I'm getting bored of this fortress. But, like, this world will continue. I mean, like, this is the third fortress I've done in this world. Yeah, I'll be honest, I'm just getting a little bored of this fortress. It's that simple. I just want to move on to something else. And there's this lovely haunted jungle right here. So I would like to settle somewhere in this haunted jungle for a little bit. I mean, we could, there's always the option to reclaim old forts. Like, I might even reclaim Hotbeards. But the actual goal for this current spat of fortresses is to destroy all of these goblin pits, and we're still working towards that end goal of destroying all of these goblin pits. The problem is that's my military. Because they keep on winning fights and then imprisoning my entire military, which is getting kind of old. So I enjoyed this fort, and I've been enjoying it, and I'm still enjoying it, but like I'm kind of annoyed with enough things about it, and I've built like this fun trap, and it's fun to fire off, but like I'm not gonna just keep resetting it every time. Hey, Star Legend God, you're still trapped. So I just kind of want to change the scenery for this fort. I mean, the whole point of this world is to like give me some variety to just play with and have fun with. That isn't just like long death every day. So like we're like the story of the Crimson Pulley, the Dwarven faction we're playing, will continue. This fortress will continue. We'll probably come back here with adventurers in the future too, and we'll probably like maybe reclaim it in the future. I don't know, but I'm planning on just kind of keeping this world going. Adventurer to free the prisoners. I'm not good enough at adventure mode to be able to do that. I mean, maybe, but like I kind of don't want to do it that way. I want to do it from within fortress mode. Because adventure to free the prisoners is like kind of not super fun to watch. I don't know. For me, adventure mode is a lot more fun to just kind of like combat in adventure mode is the least interesting part of adventure mode for me. I really just like being a weird bard. Like, you know, I don't know. I mean, we could do it that way, but I really want to settle in this haunted jungle because there's this, like, come on, look at this fucking thing. Look at it all. It's awesome. So I want to settle in here somewhere. Also, I've been trying to find stranglers. And I'm kind of hoping that the immoral jungle maybe has some stranglers for me. What, for the Goblin Fortress? Doesn't matter. You can wear it down. Like, if I had 10 squads all completely geared up with, like, top-tier quality gear with high skills, yeah, we could win. It would take a couple tries, but we could win. So, you know. I don't really have any interest in doing that in adventure mode, though. At least not right now. Just don't feel like it. Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, yeah, there's 5,000 there, so which is kind of why I was saying it wouldn't be fun to watch, because it would be like if it's 5,000 goblins, it's probably like 5,000 goblins and then another 10,000 trolls. The frames would probably be like 1 frame a minute in there, which it just wouldn't be fun to play nor watch. So, I mean, like, you could do it, and everything you kill, the frames go up, but yeah, on certain exports. Oh, I can't export shields? Yeah, that's fine. So, you know, that's all it really is it's just I just don't want to. Pour me some water. Been drinking coffee all day. I need some water now. Welcome, Black. Welcome back. Don't talk with water in your mouth. Hard. But welcome back. Like showering and stuff. I mean, you do what you gotta do, man. Sounds like post-work. Let's turn all of these dwarves off and just let them come help for a few minutes. Start a new fort. It's been rough for you. Turtle ate your dog. Is that like kobolds ate my baby? Sorry, but I can't not like cackle at that a little bit. That's very funny. Turtle ate your dog in the first week. Giant buzzards stole your starter meat and fish and 95% of your plants. And you had some annoying aquifer locations in the layers. Don't my layers don't have military metal, only commercial metal. I mean, fantastic. You got some potatoes in the oven? Potatoes are for Thursday night for me. I have 2 sweet potatoes. I'm gonna make sweet potato fries on Thursday, and then me and my dad are gonna go drinking on Friday. Still not giving up. You can do it. I mean, I once had a fort start, and it was very funny because I just spent like an hour naming all the dwarves and designing our icon and everything, and it was glorious. And it was this very hot, like Untamed Wilds jungle start, and we settled. And a giant alligator came out of the water, bit a dwarf in the head, and dragged him into the water, and he drowned. A bunch of gray langurs ran up and stole most of my food and my anvil. And then right after that, two more giant giant alligators came out of the water. My dwarves started fist fighting with them, and there was a struggle. One of them bled to death. We were down to like 4 dwarves. I started digging down, and then zombies arrived. You also got a kobold hunter pale corpse that is visiting. That is awesome! So if they're labeled as a visitor, then they're neutral. Which means they're probably not going to kill anybody. However, they may be like, because they're undead, it's highly likely they're probably an agent of some evil supervillain, necromancer, monster, a horrible murder person who wants to kill you horribly, but that's fine. That's really cool that it's a kobold, though. But yeah, it's only an issue if they're listed as hostile. If they're a merchant or wild animal, they're fine. Or a diplomat or visitor / guest. Or if they're an uninvited guest. If the text is red, it's bad. As long as they're not red, it's fine. The game plays you. This game is phenomenal. Imprison? Why would you imprison him for existing? I mean, you could interrogate him. If you have crimes on your thing, if you have open crimes or previous crimes, then you have access to the counterintelligence menu, and you could interrogate him. Although, fun fact about kobolds is kobolds speak in kobold speak, which is a contextual-based language which only exists in the moment in context. So essentially, they speak intelligent gibberish, making up their language as they go, and the only people that can understand them are other kobolds, which is almost like a, what's the word? It's almost like the orcs in Warhammer, where they have magical powers and their machines and inventions and ships work because they believe they work. Except like the kobolds, they understand each other because they believe they can understand each other. And so, yeah, they speak in gibberish. And their language is randomly generated for each world. Like the British. Yes, exactly. So essentially they... Sorry, that joke kicked in after I said it. So essentially they're like little gibberish creatures. So interrogating him probably won't get much of a response. Which also means he probably won't be particularly good at like convincing your dwarves to like do things. Fuck it, try to interrogate it. Do it! I mean, this is a clip of Tarn speaking kobold. That means whatever it means in the context of when it was said. Also, in that interview, I think that was the second one I did with Tarn. Or maybe it was the first. I asked him where the Cobalt language came from, and TLDR, it's inspired by how Tarn and Zach, when they were kids, used to talk to their pet cats. So because like because you know how like siblings kind of develop little behaviors that only the siblings understand. I don't know if any of you guys ever had that, but I have two sisters, and we definitely like had ways of talking to each other that my mom and dad would just like look at us like, what the fuck's wrong with you? And they did that by the way they talk to their cats. They just like would yell gibberish at them. That is how, but like if you do it with a cat, like, and you yell at a cat in the right way, sometimes they listen to you. And it's like the language that they use to talk to cats is how kobolds talk to everything. So one of my favorite like random DF factoids that I just love. Is that kobold's language is the way Zach and Tarn used to talk to their pet cats. But yes, you should definitely try and interrogate that kobold. You absolutely should. But yes, language in Dwarf Fortress, it's a thing. Also, if that character is indeed committing crimes, do tell. I'd love to hear about it. I would love to hear about it. Can I ask a question? Is it canonically correct to refer to Lego as Legos? Because I always just referred to Lego as Lego. Lego was Lego. And like you'd go and you'd buy Lego and then you build Lego kits with Lego. But as I've become an adult and gone onto the internet, I've encountered huge swaths of people that refer to Legos in the plural as Legos instead of Lego. Like Lego to me was always the plural of Lego. Like you don't have multiple Legos, you just have Lego, and I have a bin of Lego. But as I've encountered people on the internet and grown up, I've seen more and more people refer to them as already interrogated. Interesting. If it says already interrogated, that is interesting. Lego is correctest. But yeah, I was just wondering if I could get a second opinion on this. Like, where did that come from? Like, I have some Lego kits. up on my shelf over there. Like, you can kind of see the top of a train and the top of British Parliament, but there you go. The Eiffel Tower and the Great Wall of China. You know, I got a few Lego kits up there, but like nothing crazy, right? I have a Apollo rocket in my closet that got knocked over by a cat that I haven't rebuilt a third time. And it's just like, yeah, you'd never say Legos kits, you say Lego kit. I'm gonna go build some Lego. It's a colloquialism, so it's like, some people have started to do it? Huh. You know that A, you didn't interrogate anyone recently, and B, that guy just showed up 1 month ago? I wonder why that is. That's interesting. Because I've never had the opportunity to interrogate a kobold before. I wonder if that's like because like kobolds don't speak the same language. I wonder. Also, Kuchapan, you became a wrestler. You're learning. That is really interesting, though. Wait, I'm waiting. Got all day. Pick up equipment. But yeah, no, there was one time, actually in Hotbeards, my previous fort, where I interrogated a random visitor that seemed sus, because their name was literally, like, their job was literally criminal. So I interrogated them, and it said that they were trying to, like, organize a coup in my fortress, right? Then I interrogated another person. They were also working for the same unknown entity, trying to cause a coup. Then I interrogated another person who successfully corrupted one of my dwarves and was trying to cause a coup. Like, all of these same things, and it kept on spanning out, and I started interrogating my own dwarves that were involved, and then they outed who was involved, and then suddenly the coup happened. One dwarf tantrumed, and a loyalty cascade happened, and we lost about 100 dwarves in this loyalty cascade, but it was really cool because, like, it was all of the dwarves who were involved in the coup versus all of the other dwarves. So your potato salad, Chopin. Well, that's interesting. Wait until we go to the superb owl. Anyway, Reddit memes. But it was like, I unraveled this plot, and then the plot came true. And even though it's like, it's maybe the best example I have recently of Dwarf Fortress bugs as features, because like loyalty cascades are a bug, right? Like that's a fact. Anybody who plays Dwarf Fortress for a while knows that loyalty cascades are a bug. But in that one instance, it was a really cool storytelling mechanic, even though it was a bug. Your Captain of the Guard goes to interrogate Kobold. Ooh. Oh yeah, because you already had it listed as interrogate. There you go. Best of luck. Hopefully you get some information out of the Agnes. Also, kobolds are really rude. I had a what's it called? One of the funniest memories in Legends modes once was I just went to locations, and the top location was called Duber. And I was like, Duber, that sounds funny. And I pressed enter and I clicked on it, and Duber was a market in a cave owned by kobolds called Dung's Depths the Naughty Hole. The translation of Duber into English was Dung's Depths the Naughty Hole, which I like hit the ground laughing in hysterics. It's the hardest laughter I've ever had. And like every single thing in that entire cave was like variations on poop. It was so funny. Just crying laughing. Somewhere on YouTube there is a full description of me reading Dung's Depths the Naughty Hole and just pissing myself. Met with the subject, made intimidating remarks, and the subject was too afraid to not comply. The subject revealed that in the midwinter of 103, the subject plotted to infiltrate the blast grazes in order to steal treasures and prepare a coup under the influence of an unidentified creature. Oh my god! Is that your fortress? Because if so, you may be able to imprison him now. Oh, he's not your fortress. All right, well then they're innocent there. Because they were too afraid to not comply. And, That is pretty standard kobold behavior, though, trying to steal stuff. I just saw okay. A game on itch.io that looks very strange. But that's not too uncommon. I can't link it because it's not safe for work. Thanks, itch.io's Twitter account. Itch.io is a very good Twitter account. That's how I found out about that Game Boy art museum that I put up a video of on YouTube, which is just like a small digital art exhibit that runs on a Game Boy ROM in a local emulator that's free on itch. And it's just a whole bunch of photos taken with the Game Boy camera with links to the artists and everything. Super cool. Most recent video I put up on YouTube. Do-do-do. You've never had something like this? I mean, that's why Dwarf Fortress is magical, right? Because interesting things keep on happening. That's what makes Dwarf Fortress entertaining and cool, is because it never stops surprising you. Like every time I play Dwarf Fortress, I see something new. Of course, I see a lot of similar things, the things I've seen before, but this game is capable of enough variety that it's my desert island game. That's for sure. I mean, keep an eye on him, maybe. I mean, he might be there to steal things. You don't know who he's working for currently. He may just be scouting the place out. You could also stab him to death. But that being said, he may also just be there to hang out in the tavern and visit with the dwarfs. So, I don't know. It's up to you. Are you a police state that's going to arrest / put to death any visitor who shows up who looks mildly suspicious? Or are you going to give the poor intelligent undead kobold a drink? Let him hang out. There is no slavery in Dwarf Fortress. Dwarves don't believe in slavery. Optron. I do, however, often believe in swift murder. But slavery, that's immoral. Dwarves have pretty strict morals. That's one of the reasons I actually like Dwarf Fortress. It's because the dwarves have the same morals as the creators of the game, which is why there's no gunpowder in Dwarf Fortress, which is why slavery isn't a thing in Dwarf Fortress, which is why the game isn't unnecessarily edgy for no reason. That being said, you know, there are some pretty questionable ethics amongst the wider civilizations, but dwarves themselves, they're pretty good cultured creatures. Although I'm very much looking forward to the next tavern has been open for ages and most of your dwarves died in the tavern. What? Probably too much wine since there was nobody fighting. Most of your dwarves died in the tavern. That seems concerning. I can't remember the last time I had a dwarf die in my tavern. So, I'm just going to throw that out there. That seems mildly upsetting. Do you have tavern keepers? And do you have bedrooms? Because if you don't have bedrooms and you have tavern keepers and dwarves fall asleep on the ground, dwarf goes, "Oh, you don't have drink. Here, have drink." Pours it on their head, walks away, grabs more drink, walks back over, pours it on the drink, on their head, walks away, grabs more drink, pours it on their face until they die of alcohol poisoning. No, most of the dwarves that died have died in the tavern. That seems bad, but that's just I don't know what I'm just don't listen to me too much. But that does seem bad. Seems suboptimal. I don't know. I feel like the tavern should be a bastion of safety, not where the most dwarves die in the fort. Like generally it's just like, hey, this is the most popular restaurant in town. Only 50 people die a week here. Wouldn't exactly be a town that I would be super keen to, or it wouldn't exactly be a tavern that I'd be super keen to visit, 10 have died and 7 died in the tavern. Okay. Okay, I get you. Yeah, since you added rent rooms. Because they leave to sleep instead of sleeping on the floor. Yep. Humans have a tendency of dying real quick in dwarven taverns because they fall asleep on the floor and they have the lowest alcohol tolerance. Come now, it'd be instant street cred to have survived. Although, to be fair, Zakos, there is a strip club in the area around here that's pretty heavily trafficked by biker gangs. I guess that would be the equivalent of going there. It would be the equivalent of going there and surviving. Although you don't really get street cred if you survive that place. You just kind of get laughed at because why'd you go to Shakers? What's wrong with you? The fuck is wrong with you? Why would you go to Shakers? Have some self-respect. Jeez. If you want to go to a strip club, at least go to number 5. They have good food. A little bit further, though. Fortunately, they closed the Flamingo, which was, those carpet padded chairs that churches and grandmothers tend to have? Those were the chairs they had in that place. I'm sad that I know all of this. Sounds lovely. Sounds like a good place to drink some ale. You should interrogate a lot of them and see what you get out of them. Just don't interrogate them all at once constantly. Just occasionally, 1 or 2. Give them a good old interrogation and see how they fare. Also, autumn has come. Saving in this world takes a little bit. So, you want to know what's my biggest bummer about any Marvel movie ever released, Zakos? Deadpool 1. I think there's some elements of that movie that are hilarious. That intro sequence, that credit sequence is funny as fuck. And there are bits of that movie that are genuinely hilarious. There's also bits of that movie that are cringe as fuck to the point where I never want to think about that film again. But my problem with that movie is simple. That entire movie takes place in downtown Vancouver. The Deadpool, that bar that they go to, the green bar, it's the Canby in downtown. It's not that green in real life and a lot cleaner in real life. The strip club in that movie is the number 5 Orange in Vancouver. The bathroom is nowhere near as disgusting. The bathroom is the brightest, nicest room in that entire thing. In that movie, it's this dingy, poorly lit, flickery lights. The bathroom doesn't even look like the bath. The bathroom's 3 times the size of it in the movie. I don't know where they got that bathroom from, but it's not in that building. Also, when they leave out the back door of the strip club in that movie, also Stan Lee's the DJ in there, which pretty much checks out. The DJ in that place is about the same. But when you walk out the back door, they walk out the back door. They pop out of a random back door from a different pub on the other side of town, 8 blocks over. And it drives me fucking nuts because they're all the way down on Hastings and they walk out of the back of the number 5 on Hastings and then suddenly they're on the far end of Granville walking out of the back of a different nightclub. And it bothers the crap out of me. It's you film the whole movie in Vancouver. Great, that's fine. But at least do a good job hiding the fact that it's Vancouver. Otherwise, anybody from Vancouver is going to go insane watching this fucking movie because they walk into one building in one part of town and walk out a different building at a different end of town and it drives me fucking nuts. But it was an amusing movie. The sequel is kind of, but that first one was a funny movie. how they chose to tie all that together. I mean, just like hope that people aren't from Vancouver, but like it's I've lived in around Vancouver my whole life, so I know that entire downtown area like way too well. That, and I spend a lot of time in nightlife, right? And like I've been to a fair share of birthday parties and that have ended up at those strip clubs. So yes, I've been to them. And also I've been to like various like bars in downtown. Like I frequent the like the metal scene out there. So like most of the dive bars around the shitty side of town I've been in. So any movie that's like, all right, we're filming in Vancouver and we need a dive bar, I've probably been in that dive bar at least once. Interior here, exit door over there. That I don't know. It's like because like there is a parking lot behind that thing, and I guess there is. I know where there's a back door through like up, because I've never been in the employees only section of that building, but I know where the back door is. Like there's a fire exit behind the bar, which is the door that they leave out of, which leads to an employee only area, and then like their break room, and then the fire exit. And there is a door on the back of the building that leads out to the parking lot there, but instead of popping out in the parking lot, they pop out at the other end of town. I couldn't tell you why. Yeah. And then like the house that he stays with the blind granny is like where he like goes back to like recover from injuries and whatnot. That house is like a 40-minute walk from where they were. Like I know where that part of town is too, where those kind of more rundown houses are. That's up in East Van. So most of that movie takes place in downtown, and like that whole fight sequence on the overpass, that's just the overpass. They didn't like decorate it at all. Like they just blocked it for a day and filmed, and that was it. Like there's no set dressing on that whatsoever. Like that's Rogers Arena right there where the hockey work, the Canucks play and all that. It's like none of that movie's even remotely disguised. Another movie that did a pretty good job disguising the fact that it was all filmed in Vancouver is the A-Team, the remake. With like Liam Neeson and whatnot in it. That movie is really funny because the whole like all of the fight scenes in that movie in the city at the end of that movie take place in Vancouver. I'm not I think it's supposed to be some country in the Middle East, but it's Vancouver. And there's one scene in that movie where like a camera's looking at a reflective building and they're like shimmying down the side of the building. The camera turns and you see the reflection of a very iconic Vancouver building in like the windows. And it was really funny because, like, me and a friend saw that movie when it was in theaters because we were kids and and we wanted to go see a movie. And we both, like, stood up and went, ha! Because we were, like, the only people who were like, look at that, it's Vancouver! Because, like, there's one scene where, like, they didn't edit it out. And it's like you just see the reflection. Here, I can actually show you the building. This building. You can see this in the reflection very, 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 very clearly. Which is a very, very, very expensive up-class rotating restaurant that slowly spins and you can like see the skyline. It gives me massive vertigo and I want to throw up the one time. I wanted to throw up the one time I was up there, but I don't know. It's a restaurant for rich people. Stood out a lot. Yeah, it's like very clear. It's like, it's impossible to, it's like setting a movie in San Francisco, but filming it in New York and accidentally showing the Statue of Liberty in the background. That's like the most iconic Vancouver building. Very, very, very clear, obvious looking building. Like another movie that was filmed almost entirely in Vancouver is The Matrix 4. And if you've seen The Matrix 4, there's a coffee shop in The Matrix 4. That's the only place in The Matrix 4 that I can really immediately identify as that's Vancouver. Because I know that coffee shop. It's a Take 5 Cafe just off of Granville. It's like one block off of Granville. But I know exactly what coffee shop that is and where it is because it's pretty obvious looking. Like it's a very easy to spot design. But like I know exactly where that coffee shop is. But like I don't know. Anybody who lives in a city that is got constant filming going on is going to notice stuff like that. Like it's not a unique to me problem or anything. I just think it's kind of funny when like some movies do a really good job of like hiding where they're filming and some just don't even try. I guess it's like the difference between like a mid to high budget movie and a low budget movie is like that the mid to high budget movie does a terrible job of that, and the low budget movie like doesn't even give a shit. Or it's like the high budget does a better job, the low budget doesn't care. Because it's like, well, we have no money anyway, so why would we worry about hiding where we're filming? We'll just call it imaginary city name that doesn't exist anyway. And just hope. But the result is like some lower budget movies are just like silly when I watch them because I'm like, this is just blatant. Like you didn't even try. And you know that stuff's kind of fun. More wood. Anyway, that was a weird tangent down left field. Hope that you all survived, chat. Is me rambling about movies that have buildings in them that are very obvious and even remotely entertaining conversation? Fun fact, you can chop down over 140 trees per year, and the elves don't mind. And they won't start telling you to stop chopping down trees until you have a baron. Also, another fun fact about elves, they don't actually care to kill you if they invade. When they are attacking, they're not there to take your land, and they're not there to kill every dwarf. So the majority of enemies when they attack you, humans and goblins, the majority, and other dwarves, if they attack you, their intention is to not leave until either they lose 50% of their troops, or in the case of goblins, 60%, or in the case of humans, 40%. And if elves invade, they will only fight until they run out of arrows. The second they run out of arrows, they'll just leave. They don't care about their own losses. They don't care about your losses. Whereas humans, goblins, and dwarves, if they invade you, they want to kill every single one of you and will only leave if they sustain enough losses or every dwarf is dead. Whereas elves will just leave when they run out of arrows because they're just there to protect the trees, which I think is kind of a neat little tidbit. Like, they're actually the only adversary in Dwarf Fortress that will just leave when they run out of arrows, which is why sometimes, like, when you're fighting with elves, they'll just like randomly vanish and you're like, wait, what? Why'd they leave? Oh, it's because they ran out of arrows. Which is quite a few shots per. It's like 25 shots per elf or something, and they need to be entirely out of elves before they leave. And obviously ones that are locked in combat will generally remain in combat. But I think that's a fun little tidbit about elves. So me rambling about buildings in the backgrounds of movies is entertaining, Aqua? Oh, I'm glad. You want to know how I learned that? Because I didn't read that on the wiki. I didn't learn that from a video. I learned that from a DF talk in 2011. I've been re-listening to all of the old DF talks as part of my chats with Tarn to try and find questions that were asked back then that had interesting answers and also not asked questions that have been asked too many times. Dwarves are here to trade. So like, as like a way of making my talks with Tarn more interesting. Yeah, I mean, not very few people have, but like, you know, streaming Dwarf Fortress is kind of a large portion of my job, so at this point, I kind of need to be ahead of the majority of people when it comes to random factoids and knowledge about the game because it's helpful in my job. How many dwarves do I have in this fort? 98. We were up to 120 the last stream I did of this, but we had a pretty bad siege and I lost a bunch of my dwarves, so in military fighting. We lost about 30. And we've only had one migrant wave. Since, like, the frame rate's a little lower in this fort, like, it's perfectly playable. It's just kind of slow. Mostly because I've, like, completely clusterfucked the pathing in this fort because I haven't given a shit. Next fort we do, we're going to care more about pathing. This one, just have fun with this one. So everybody is swapping over to this. Bring item to depot. Damn, that is a lot of clothing coming out of that snoozing hole. I love that there's still some humans stuck here. It's kind of funny, actually. Chat, do you have like a movie that you've seen that was ruined because you recognized something in the background? Or something like that? I'm curious. While you guys think about that and start typing. I will be back in a second. I'm just going to go take a leak. Lots of coffee today. Used to get a laugh out of watching Farscape, and they did Alien Worlds, and it's always just parts of Australia with just filters and changed lighting. You know, that actually reminds me of something that I did on Discord with a friend at one point at the very beginning of the pandemic, when everybody was like constantly talking on voice chat because there was nothing else to do. And we played this game of, because this was also when a bunch of photos of Mars was released, like the really, really, really high definition photos of Mars from the new Mars rover that landed in like 2019 or something. But anyway, it was like when they were flying that helicopter around on Mars. Anyway, we played this game, which was Arizona or Mars. Because they look exactly the fucking same. Except, like, one has slightly yellower sky, generally. But Reset, I am your liaison from the Mountain Homes. Let's discuss your situation. We've updated your maps. What requests do you have of our merchants? Steel! Mail shirts. Breastplates. Helms. Gauntlets. Low boots and leggings. And greaves. Giant pangolin is fighting with kick roast. Well, I mean, you are a Marks Dwarf, so it is your gerb. They want blocks and sheet and footwear. Large gems, all right. Risen says, I look forward to our meeting next year. Our fortunes rise and fall together. Let's check the news. Oh, hey, would you look at that? The goblins aren't invading as much as they were previously. And that necromancer tower stopped invading. Interesting. The calm before the storm, I suppose. The goblins were trying to invade Hotbeards previously, so there was always little red lines going into Hotbeards. Stuff seems fairly expensive. It's super easy to have extremely high value trade materials, so I mean, like, Dwarf Fortress's trade mechanics right now are underdeveloped enough that, like, just trade for whatever you need. I don't really worry about... I mean, is it optimal? No. Do I care? No. I mean, masterwork quality, like, wooden spikes are super cheap to make and very valuable. Like, yeah, you can absolutely just have enough stuff to be able to trade with anybody. It's just a matter of, like, preparing a little bit. I mean, I'd rather spend the extra money to trade for combat metal than, what's the word? Than be unarmed. And I'd also rather do that than duping metal, because I think duping metal is just stupid. And a lot of people just dupe metal. What's our value? Not much. For the 1 iron bar. And I trade for a bunch of shields until my value is too low. Iron cap. This is a pretty small trade caravan. Buy some books. Never underestimate the facts. That is a good book name. Chat, never underestimate the facts. Only overestimate the facts. I'll be fine. Lots of players insist that it's the only way to play the game properly and that you're playing the game wrong if you don't use exploits to dupe metal, because they were left in the game intentionally, which is true, but also cheesy and kind of silly in my opinion. But, you know, you live your life and play the game you want to play it. And I'll live my life then play the game I want to play it. Play the game I want to play it. Play the game the way I want to play it. Yes, but I don't know how. Chat might be able to help you with that. There is, like somebody, like if you look at my Twitch icon, Lucas, like the purple icon with the little skeleton guy, somebody once made me a world which was using that, but I don't actually know how to do that. I know that there's a way to do it. I don't know how to do it, unfortunately. Chat, does anybody know anything about advanced world gen shit? Because I'm not like an expert at all. But I know that you can do that. There was one person who like who just generated a world that just looked like China, which was kind of funny. It was like China with like Japan and Korea and everything. Yeah, there is a way to do that. So you want like a map of South America or like just Brazil? Looking at a Reddit thread right now. Promise, here's your worldgen.txt. You can let you generate maps that looks like Earth. Well, this person's got a world gen based on one that looks like Earth. You can make these worlds by putting the worldgen.txt into your data init folder using advanced worldgen. And fiddle with some numbers here, mostly to add more civs and forgotten beasts and such. To make sure you back up your world/gen in case you're on. Yeah, I would do it with a fresh install. Just make sure that you do it with a fresh install. But if you follow that thread, and do it with the reason I say do it with a fresh install is because it might break things in your other worlds if you have other worlds. So just like back up your install before you do it. That's my advice, or just do it in a fresh install, because if you break it, then you're not really losing much. But yeah, that's my advice there. But yeah, best of luck generating a world and basing it off of what I assume is your country. Yeah, I've never really bothered with that just because like I like the weird worldscapes that this game generates. You know, like I love looking at it and being like, ooh, how is this connected to a bigger like globe? You know, like I know the worlds are flat in DF, but in my head canon, it's like they're not flat. They're just like it's a very small part of a bigger world, right? That's how I like to imagine it. But you know, build what you want to make and work with it. Because that's the fun shit, frankly. As these dwarves slowly make more... So something that I love, right? There's a bunch of dead bodies in this river up at the top of this fort. Like, in here, there's a, like... Where was one of them? Or rather, there's a lot of, like, blood in here, like, stuck to these walls and contaminants. I guess some of them are underneath these logs, but there is a bunch of body bits and stuff in here, right? And there's enough that there's constantly blood being washed over the edge of this. Like, this is a splattering of troglodyte blood. So, also, dwarves will go up to this river to give themselves showers. So they will bathe themselves in this creek. And then the water gets washed over here. So there's always blood going down this waterfall, which is kind of distressing. If I were to be honest. Like, kind of distressing, which I also kind of... Like, kind of really fucking love that. It's just, like, blood constantly flowing down the river. This is fine. What could possibly go wrong? Also, this trap's finally done. This is going to be so much nicer on my frame rate once this is done. So once this trap is done, we can get back to working on the upper tower and dig out some more bedrooms. And maybe actually start sending soldiers out again. We're also making new clothing for all the dwarves, so like all these dwarves with super old clothing can get new clothing, which is very important and very good, and it's about that goddamn time we did that, frankly. Hallelujah. But yeah, I should like force myself to learn some more advanced world gen tricks so I can be more help with that sort of stuff. It's just like one of the more obtuse, tricky portions of the game, and I've never really put the time in to wrap my head around a lot of that stuff, you know? Yeah, that's all it really is. It's just not something that I've really taken the time to learn. But I should. I should, at some point, sit down and take the time to learn that. But, you know, I think everybody who plays Dwarf Fortress has, like, one or two mechanics that they need to put more time into to learn, you know? Like, chat, I'm sure at least most of you probably have, like, one mechanic in DF that you should put more time into. For me, it's, like, mostly world gen and adventure mode. It's like, I know how to do most things in adventure mode, but I know little enough that it's annoying and slow to play adventure mode, and I really need to get better at adventure mode so that one, I'm better at explaining what the hell I'm trying to do, and two, I'm better at actually executing what I'm trying to do instead of just being like, well, I kind of know what I'm trying to do. I have a general sense of what I can do, and I know approximately what I can do. The problem is actually executing on that thing. So once this floor is done, we are now, or we will be, ready for another siege. You're pretty much a Fortress purist. I think that's a shame because, like, Dwarf Fortress opens up a lot when you start digging into... Dwarf Fortress opens up a whole lot once you start digging into adventure mode. Like, adventure mode, to me, is... what makes... Like, it's what ties all the pieces of Dwarf Fortress together to make Dwarf Fortress an exciting game, if that makes sense. It's like the glue that makes Dwarf Fortress incredible, right? Like, Dwarf Fortress is already, like, a fantastic game just as, like, the Fortress mode side of things. But, like, if it was just Fortress mode, like, no Legends, no World Gen, just Fortress mode, it would be an okay game. It would be all right. Right? It would be a good town builder. But with Legends mode, that complements the history and world building of Fortress mode combined with the connective tissue of adventure mode. Like, you can build a fortress in adventure mode. Like, you can start chopping down trees and grab a pick and build a fortress in adventure mode. Like, it is a open world survival crafting game of, like, the most literal sense, right? And I think that is awesome. And I think that the way adventure mode kind of ties those together is part of what makes Dwarf Fortress so cool. You know? I don't know. But I agree. I think adventure mode is the least developed and the hardest to get into chunk of Dwarf Fortress. Like, if Dwarf Fortress is different chunks, like pieces of a game, adventure mode is the hardest one to get into. Just because it's like obtuse in a way that, and also like underdeveloped in a way that just kind of leaves you wanting, I suppose. But it's one of the reasons I'm so excited about. That's one of the reasons I'm so excited about the additions that are going to be made to adventure mode eventually with the premium release. Wow, this dwarf has a bunch of kills. Huh. Also, you were in Mothfall, my previous fort. You're a talented mace dwarf. You can join the military. Adequate swords dwarf. You can also join the military. Basically said adventure mode is hard. What do you mean that it's hard? Because I don't think adventure mode is hard necessarily. It's hard in the same way Dwarf Fortress is hard. It's obtuse. It's not hard. It's just obtuse. And I do honestly think that there's a very large difference between something that is hard and something that is obtuse. Right, yeah, I have a giant moth. We should place a second giant moth. Because I'm putting giant moths into my... Oh, that's a monitor lizard. Is that a moth or a monitor lizard? Huh. Monitor lizards and giant moths look identical. Same shade of brown, both capital M's. Cool. So if it's a flying monitor lizard, it's a monitor lizard. If it's a walking monitor lizard, or if it's flying, then it's a moth. If it's walking, then it's a monitor lizard. Noted. I don't know, chat. Do you think that Dwarf Fortress is hard? Like, genuine question. Do you think, like, surviving in Dwarf Fortress, if you know how to play the game, do you think it's hard? Like, am I just, like, an elitist shithead for saying, like, I think this game's easy? Because like, a genuine question, because I do honestly think that this game's kind of easy. Like, it's got its learning curve, like anything, but, like, I feel like it's much more obtuse than hard. And I've been pretty adamant in that feeling for a while. Well, like, think about it this way, Aqua. Super Meat Boy is hard. But I want to be the guy is unfair hard. I don't think Dwarf Fortress is unfair hard. I think Dwarf Fortress is as hard as you want it to be. Making a boring fort is easy. Varies, there are certain settings you can choose to make it hard in a sense of difficult to survive, and others that can be very easy to survive. Yeah, but even if you crank everything up to the maximum, there are ways of just making the game not hard, right? Like, you can be in a resurrecting undead biome that is on the footsteps front door of a necromancer tower with an open cave to the caverns with forgotten beasts coming out every 10 minutes. And it's not that difficult to just get past that. You know, I'm always super impressed when I see emotes like that catch upon, because like they could just straight up get a content strike for that. I'm always shocked when I see emotes like that. It's like, wow, that got approved. And also, wow, nobody sued them for making money off of their IP. It's impressive. People are ballsy, man. The interface is hard to get used to, but if you're careful, it's easy to survive. Yeah, like I've been of the opinion that Dwarf Fortress is obtuse. It's not hard. Like, even on the hardest like possible embark, it's still just obtuse. It's not difficult. I don't know. That's just been my opinion over my entire time playing this game. Woodcrafter's falling? Uh-oh. Well, ba-dum, bum, bum, ba-dum, bum, bum, the sploosh. Oops. Did I accidentally tell him to chop down that tree? I did. Well, sorry about that. Yeah, about that. You know, I'm just gonna put up a wall here because I'm tired of, like, losing dwarves to, gravity here. I never start with any skills on my starting 7 dwarves. True story. And that's not even a flex. That's just like, I just don't think it's worth starting with skills on your starting dwarves. I'm building walls so that they stop falling down there. It's not even the settings, it's more the mechanics itself. But like the difference, I guess, is like in Dwarf Fortress, you have the option to settle in a calm biome in an easy zone far away from any enemies and possible conflict and be totally fine, right? And surviving will be a breeze, right? RimWorld, just as an example of a game that people always compare to Dwarf Fortress, even though I think that's kind of inaccurate. RimWorld, you settle in the easiest zone, far away from everybody else, and the game will still try to kill you. Mercilessly. Which is why I kind of feel like Dwarf Fortress is a easier game than something like even a RimWorld, just because it doesn't do that, you know? Like, it doesn't go out of its way to horribly murder you. It gives you opportunities to save yourself and survive and not have to deal with that kind of nonsense. Of course, you know, if you start, like, as Aqua was saying, on a glacier with your first ever fortress right next to a necromancer tower on a haunted biome that's resurrecting undead, yeah, the game's gonna be kind of difficult, but if you're good enough to be able to settle there, you probably know how to avoid most of that shit, or at the very least, you probably have the skills by that point to be able to survive those kinds of conflicts in the game. You can fight games hard because you don't understand the UI. or you don't understand mechanics, thus you make bad choices without realizing it, or because you can't push the right button fast enough. DF is not the last kind, it's more of the second kind. Yeah, it's like a knowledge difficulty. Once you understand enough of the game's mechanics, the game's difficulty becomes trivial. And then it becomes more about like contorting the game into the story that you want to tell, i.e. Krug Smash, perfect example of somebody who's very, very good at contorting the game into the story that they want to tell. Just like I'm trying to do with this world, but this fortress is a bit slow because of all the crap that I've got going on. Frame rate's fine, like it's still playable. It's just exciting events take a while. Heavily down to how you define difficult. Handling the logistics of 100 Dwarven Fort alone is going to be difficult for many. Maybe if you want to min-max everything, but that's the thing is like you don't have to do that, right? Like a game like Factorio as an example, the entire game is logistics and min-maxing said logistics, right? Dwarf Fortress, you can almost entirely ignore the min-maxing of the logistics and just do like the minimum of organization and you'll be fine. Yeah, I mean, DF, like, and that's, I don't know, that's why I feel like DF is obtuse and not hard. It's not a hard game, it's just really obtuse. Like, the game itself is easy, but it's obtuse. Which is a different thing than hard in the traditional sense, I guess. Yeah, but FPS death is largely a myth, and min-maxing logistics doesn't help with, like, min-maxing, like, frame rate going down. Frame rate going down is caused by poor pathing more than anything. Logistics is about creating items, and having less physics tracked items in your world that the game is keeping track of, and having less jobs is better for frame rate. So I actually kind of disagree with that. Like the reason the frame rate sucks in this fortress is because I have such fucked up stairways and pathing, not because I'm mishandling logistics. And that's again a knowledge thing. Like, I just didn't give a shit when I built this fort. Because I didn't intend to stay here very long, and I'm not going to. So the frames are a little slower than they would be if I was intentionally trying to stay here longer. I don't know if that counts you as a weirdo. A weirdo is somebody who, you know, really likes anime drawings of little girls. You're just somebody who is a nerd about computers, and that's cool. Nothing weird about that. Looking forward to the Steam release? I think we all are. I think that's pretty safe to say. Oh, true. Okay, so when I think of logistics, I think purely like this. Well, not that. This. I think purely like crafting, logistics, and item management. I don't really consider Dwarven pathing as part of logistics, but... some migrants have arrived. Really now? Oh, hey. Woodcrafter. Dreams of raising a family. Be brave? Brave. Likes to brawl. Welcome to the army. While you dream of mastering a skill... Zizit exhibits refined politeness and is determined to keep the guiding rules of etiquette and decorum as if life itself depended on it. Okay. Would never pass up the chance for a good fistfight. Fuck yeah, join the military. Oopsies. Wrong button. So the reason I talk about FPS death being kind of a myth is expanding on that statement a little bit. In like 2015, it wasn't. There would be a point in almost every fort in like 2015 where the game would just kind of go and lock up and stop. Largely due to a dwarf getting stuck somewhere and the player not being able to find it. And that sucks. But in the current version of the game, there's almost nothing that will actually cause the game to just stop. In adventure mode, if you embark or go to a city with like 3,000 people, the game will run at like 1 frame a minute, but it's not stopped, right? So in the current version of the game, frame rate death as it was traditionally isn't really a thing anymore. There's natural slowdown, which happens in every town builder, from Banished to City Skylines to Planet Coaster to Dwarf Fortress. Any kind of building or construction. See, that's not FPS death. That's low FPS, right? So FPS death is a much more damning thing because FPS death means completely unplayable. That isn't unplayable. That is, okay, there's some extreme lag happening. We need to fix it. And you can almost always fix it currently. FPS death is just no frames. Your game's done because you're getting 1 frame an hour. So I think like as a player base, we need to stop using the word FPS death unless your game actually like ceases to be playable, because FPS death is referring to issues with the game that have been largely gone since like roughly 2017. It's like the version that Long Death is running on is the first version since that, and I've kept that fort alive for 391 years. And FPS death, like, if you, and the reason I say this is because, like, if you go into the subreddit, right, and you go into the questions and answers bucket, you go to almost any thread, there will always be somebody that's just like, my fort's unplayable after 10 years. And it's like, yes, but you're probably mismanaging something. We need to help you. And then they just write the game off as bad and unplayable, and that is just bad for the game as a whole. Because I just, like, that was a large-scale seed that, and you never had FPS issues even with that. I mean, yeah, but, like, a large-scale siege is something that will go away initially, right? Like, as an example, temperature used to be a lot worse. It used to be, like, the last time I had a dead frame rate was I sent an army out, and one of the dwarves in that squad was stuck in a tree because it spawned back in on the tree. And the frame rate went down to about 1 frame a minute, maybe 1 frame every 30 seconds. And we were able to fix it by chopping the tree down, but it took me about an hour to chop that tree down. I was streaming at the time, and there was literally a dwarf in this tree, and we were just sitting there, like, talking about something unrelated while we waited for trying to, like, go chop that tree down. So FPS death is like, fort's now unplayable because the game won't run. No, it's not FPS. It's not an FPS death, Rovin. It's bullet time. Come on. A big siege is just like dramatic slow motion moment. Come on. Just like, that's intended. No, I'm bullshitting, but as long as you're keeping your critters in cages and dumping all the worn clothing into piles that degrade, your FPS should be just fine. Yeah, it's like, as long as you're not making 1 billion crafts an hour on repeat, selling, or as you said, dumping all of your clothing so that it degrades, or smashing it under a drawbridge, and like not having 50 different stairways like this one currently does, like your frame rate will be absolutely playable with 200 dwarves on a potato computer. Now, like, I had someone in my chat once that was complaining about frame rate death, and this was a little while ago. And I went over to his stream, and he had about 400 dwarves. He just, like, cranked up his dwarven capacity, and he had the map set to the largest possible map size. And it's just like, there's a point where, like, you're not even allowed to complain about this anymore because you've, like, fucked yourself intentionally. And, you know, some people are into that. That's fine. I'm not kink shaming. But don't complain that there's a dildo up your butt. What? Anyway, like perfect. You can join the military too. That's on you at that point. You put it there. Perfect analogy. Somebody comes with it. I mean, sips water. Perfect time to go. Hi, Clito. How are you? We're talking about your favorite subject, frame rates. No pun intended. All of the puns intended. Always. You have to learn the game well enough to have these issues. I mean, if you need help learning, so sorry, I've been kind of on a ramble for the past little bit. Feel free to just yell at me if you need help. Or me or chat can help. I've been doing it. I've been kind of ranting for the last 30 minutes and not really reading chat all that much. So you have an item in your Steam library. Nani? Steam? What? American Truck Simulator Booster Pack. Sorry, Steam. Why do I care? Why was that worth giving me a fucking Notification over. Christ almighty. Anyway, how you doing today, Clint? You like to brawl, so you can join the military. I've had large drops with dealing with water and lava. The main reason I find that lava and water cause problems is lava specifically, if it's catching stuff on fire or causing a lot of steam, steam and smoke block pathing. Lava and water don't. So if they're trying to get from one half of the map to the other half of the map and there's a bunch of fire in between the two of them, that will cause a massive frame rate drop because there's a dwarf trying to get past it. If the dwarf has a way around it, it won't cause any problems. But if there's like one dwarf trying to get from one end of the map to the other and there's a bunch of smoke in the middle, that will cause some frame rate problems. That is true. Selling your game is Steam's kink. I mean, yeah, if you also give your game away for free, they require it to have feature brevity, right? He can handle stress. Excellent! He can handle a hammer. I will say that is probably the most extreme example I've ever made about frame rate death. I mean, I got called an asshole earlier for telling somebody that frame rate death is kind of a not totally accurate anymore. To which they responded, bullshit! Anyway. You shouldn't explain about a 400 dwarf 9x9 map tile that's constantly on fire. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, Aqua. If you actually have a 9x9 map tile with 400 dwarves that's constantly on fire, kind of rad. But also, if you have frame rate problems, that's on you. You crack easily under pressure. Well, you're a glass maker, naturally. Glass, of course, cracks under pressure. Let's give you masonry, because that's something I need. Nanny goat. Excellent. It'll be nanny goat burgers, swiftly. And we are now up to 104 dwarfs. But seriously, though, post screenshots if you actually have a fort like that. But also, yeah, no, that's your own fault. You just got nobody to blame but yourself at that point. This must be a cathartic conversation for, Clino. You know, actually, like, for some reason, I'm now just remembering this old, like, Florida man, like, admitted into hospital because tried to get himself off with a vacuum cleaner and got his nuts stuck in the end of it. I don't know why I'm remembering that now. Like, that previous cover. Maybe I should just, like, link that article. It's just like, well, if you are intentionally screwing your fortress by, like, cranking all of the settings up to maximum, you're literally this guy IRL. Maybe I should just, like, have that story on tap. It's kind of an older Florida man story from a number of years ago, but, like... I'm pretty sure that was also, like, a line from American Pie. It's like, it sounds like a dog with its dick stuck in a vacuum cleaner. Can't remember what line that movie is from, but... You only heard the dildo part? Oh, yeah, I was just simply talking about how some people intentionally screw themselves by, like, setting up their forts incredibly poorly and then complain that their frame rate's bad and the game is broken, which is why we shouldn't refer to all bad frame rate as frame rate death, because frame rate death is what happens when a fort actually becomes unplayable instead of a fort slowing down slightly. Like, some people would define this fortress as frame rate death. It's like, yeah, it's running at, like, 20 frames a second. I mean, it's fine. A little slow, but it's fine. It's fine because they have to walk down this mountain to get, oh, there's a ghost, to get to the most convenient, like, area to put potties down here. And it's like, I'm well aware of why this fort's bad. Does Florida leave Florida Man, or does, if Florida Man leaves Florida, does Florida leave Florida Man, or does Florida, man leave Florida? I don't know. Keanu leaves. I have no idea how any of these dwarves died. If true, this is hilarious. Russia asked Poland why there are 100 new Ukrainian T-72s on the battlefield, and Poland basically responded, just a coincidence. You know, there has been a lot of political sass happening recently and political trolling that I kind of appreciate, even though I also kind of hate it because it's extremely dark. But, like, if taken even remotely out of context, it's very funny. I do agree. Like one of my favorite things that I saw was a person in Congress in the UK tweeted shortly after Peskov said sending reinforcements to Ukraine is not helping peace in Europe, and then this congressman in the UK was literally just like, and you invading Ukraine isn't helping either. Which is just like, yeah. And also, yeah. In college, you would go to dinner at 2 a.m. and listen to drunks wander in and buy food. Read a book, out of context quotes. Oh, wonderful. I used to work night shift at McDonald's, humble God. And yeah, I used to listen to some of the funniest fucking conversations. The best was like people arguing over what they wanted to get at McDonald's at 3 in the morning. But yes, out of context quotes are great. Good fun. You're making memorials to that poor dwarf that fell. All right, so I'm going to demolish this because the humans are stuck. They're stuck because they're pulverized with fear, because I kind of set a Forgotten Beast on them. It's their fault. They decided to trade with me. Not my fault. The Forgotten Beast did it, not me. So we'll allow them to leave. Also, did they ever finish hooking up that... The Splat Zone and Splat Zone 2. Both hooked up. How's the Baron doing? Still traveling. So, actually, Clino, this is a question for you, actually. I have this Baron that's been traveling to my fortress for about 3 years. Is this something that happens? Never seen this happen before. Their consort is here. Like, their assistant is here. The Baron consort is here. But I've never actually seen one traveling like that. Yeah, Datan, this person. This Baroness consort is here. So, like, part of their entourage has arrived. You like to change it out every now and again to be visually flash? I haven't changed it out in a long while, but I've been thinking about doing a fortress with Humble at some point. Because, like, my birthday is coming up, and I've been thinking about doing something a little bit different. Because usually for my birthday, I use a bunch of meme tile sets. To give you an idea, I actually have a tile set that's a picture of my face. So, like, every single part of the world is, like, part of my cheek, or, like, my ear, or, like, half my eye. It's terrifying. It makes the world like a ball of flesh. But I've been thinking about using Humble for a fort. You need to see that? No, you really don't. Hold on. Let me look it up for you. See if I can actually find some footage of it. because on my birthday streams, I swap out the tile set every, like, X amount of dollars raised. So we started off with vanilla. We moved into matrix. I'm not even sure what I think that's still matrix. Which was actually, like, weirdly playable. Like, everybody expected that tile set to be awful, but it was fine. Then we did this one where everything is, like, the B-movie. We also played with the everything is Nicolas Cage tile set, where, like, every single thing in the entire tile set is just Nicolas Cage's face, which is, this one, everything is Shrek. Which is fun to read. This one, yeah, this is the Nicolas Cage one, where everything is Nicolas Cage. And yeah, this is the one where everything is my face. So all of the dwarves are like tiny little my faces or my emotes. And these are all like different zoomed in pictures of my face. Yeah, it's a cluster. Yeah, like this, like that's like my mouth, I think. That's like my chin. I'm not sure what that is. That's impossible. No, I mean, it was playable. I built like, you could go watch that 8-hour VOD. I did it. It is playable. But yeah, Fancy Castles was a fort. We also raised $1,800 for Doctors Without Borders. My birthday last year. I don't know what charity we'll be fundraising for this year, but June 3rd we'll be doing something similar. We're going to need to make some more bad meme tile sets. Like, I also uploaded this video a while ago, which is Dwarf Fortress, but it's Nicolas Cage, which is the intro to Dwarf Fortress, but everything is Nicolas Cage. I mean, see, it's all Nick Cage. Yeah, anyway. Dwarf Fortress, it's pretty great. Don't you just love seeing Dwarf Fortress, like, Nick Cage consume Nick Cage? Anyway, yeah, I make content. Shrek tiles? Here, hold on. I'll grab you. Do you want my meme tiles? I'll give them to you. I don't think anybody actually wants them. But like, oh yeah, Rune Set. That was the other one that we used. There's the B-movie one. That's my face. There's this one, which is like everything is bits and pieces of my emotes. There's this one where everything is Nicolas Cage. This one where everything is Nicolas Shrek. Rune Set, yeah. Like, if you want them, they're pinned to my Discord. Slaves to Nicolas Cage, God of one true God. Yes. Allegedly, Dwarf Fortress is a very moddable game. I mean, like, there's enough, like, muscle memory and pattern recognition with playing this game a lot where I can, just based off of colors, approximately play a tile set where everything is the same icon. It's difficult. The dwarves need to be a slightly different icon. If the dwarves are the same icon as the background, then yes, it is unplayable. But assuming the dwarves are a slightly different icon, it is playable. It's difficult, but it's playable. The thing that will make them unplayable, though, like that video of Dwarf Fortress, but everything is Nicolas Cage, even the font was all Nicolas Cage, that is unplayable. However, there is a member of like this community who was able to take that tile set and build a relatively functional fortress and survive for about a year with the no-text Nicolas Cage tile set. That being said, the version that I used on my birthday had the font left in. But this also isn't technically Krug Smash's tile set. I'm using a variation of his tile set. So this is like, I paid my artist to customize it. Which tile set is this? It's a variation of Krug's tile set. But I use this tile set because a lot of people recognize it, and I like the ASCII. So, like, if I wasn't to use this, if I didn't use this one, I'd probably use this one, because this is the one that I use when I'm playing Forts off stream, which is almost never. But I really like the way Humble looks, which is like these. I really, really, really like this tile set. It's just very nice square ASCII. I don't like the colors they use for the like example pictures, but I really like the way this tile set looks. It's probably my favorite one outside of Krug's. It just looks really nice. I saw a screenshot once of somebody using that tile set with the text will be text running with the IFAC, and that looked beautiful. Like maybe one of the prettiest setups I've ever seen, actually, for Dwarf Fortress. Yeah, no, I asked him if I could use it for streams and whatnot, and he said yes, as long as I made variation to it so that it's not like strictly his. But yeah, I use it because people just recognize it, so it's like a logical thing to do from a creator's perspective. Like from my perspective, it just makes sense to use this tile set because people recognize it, and I'm. Well, on YouTube these days, I get almost as many views as he does on a week, but more people have seen his DF content than have seen mine, so it makes sense to use a well-known tile set that I like looking at, and I like looking at this one more than most of the ones with graphics. Like, I'd rather use this than Space Fox as an example, which is a pretty common streamed one, and I don't see very well. Like, my eyes are kind of fucked up, so it's actually a lot easier for me to see ASCII than it is. Like, it's easier for me to discern the difference between a lowercase d and a lowercase c between a cat and a dog than it is for me to discern the difference between a tiny cat sprite and a tiny dog sprite moving at 100 miles an hour. So I actually find ASCII easier to understand and follow than a lot of graphical tile sets. So I don't know. It's just easy for me, and I like the look of it. Those tile sets might qualify for hard mode for It's certainly ice strain mode. Aqua. I'll say that. It's certainly ice strain mode. But by the end of that stream, I was so cranky because I was just like, I've been streaming for 1,000 hours and my eyes hurt. Which was suboptimal. But yeah, no, it was one of those, like, I can use his art as long as I tell people where I got it, basically. Ruggs is a really nice dude. There's not a lot of people in this industry that are as open to other people using their stuff as he is. As a community, we don't deserve Krugs. Krugs is the hero that we need, but we just frankly don't deserve him. I think he's single-handedly gotten more people into this game than anybody. I can't remember who he was talking to, but at PAX West in 2019, Tarn actually said he's like, we owe people like Krug Smash, and he also then pointed at me and people like you, more than they could ever like really comprehend because of how many people we point towards the game. Same with just like content creators in general. Yeah, Wanderlust is wonderful. I don't like Seth, so no comment on that one, but fair enough. He did bring a lot of people into the game, I'll give him that, but I don't think he's very funny. I think his sense of humor is kind of a problem. But, yeah, that's me having an unpopular opinion. Like, to give you an idea, when Seth's video came out for this game, I stopped streaming this game for a little bit. Because I didn't want to deal with the, like, people that kept coming in from his largely shitlord-based community. It just wasn't pleasant. Same with, like, oh, what's the name of it? Caves of Cud. When he made a video on Caves of Cud. Caves of Cud I actually did stream because it was like, okay, I want to take this opportunity to point some new people into... towards Caves of Cud, but it was like a constant battle against arguments with random people popping in, just being like, all right, if you're going to be an edgy shitlord, you're not welcome here. There was this one person that was like genuinely hilarious because he popped in and he's like, hey people, which is Seth's like intro line. And I was just like, you're welcome to hang out here. Just like try to keep the edginess and the shitlordness down to like a minimum. And he goes, bye people. And I was like, all right, at least you understand. No, I don't find that humor funny. I grew out of that like over a decade ago. I give the guy credit that he does a very good job promoting games that deserve the promotion, but I don't really respect people who weaponize their community for overwhelming negativity, and he also does that, so. That's kind of the double-barreled sword of like having a large community on the internet is with large community comes great power, and with great power comes great responsibility. And if you miswield that responsibility, that is not cool. But yeah, no, Dwarf Fortress owes Krug Smasher huge amount. Same with like DOS Tactic and Captain Duck and all those people. Jeff Stream. Credit where credit's due, I suppose. And as I always say, I'm not telling you what you can and can't watch. Watch whatever content you want. I just personally don't like it. Suspended construction of the wall. Which wall? Both of them? Or standing on it? Odd. Alright, so this will be the layer that we built the tower. No, totally. But like I said, I'm a content creator, right? I play video games on the internet for a living. Every other content creator out there, Seth, Krug Smash, Mandalore Gaming, Quill18, are in a way my coworkers, if that makes sense. Like, we're in the same industry. And if you are working in an industry and somebody has a practice that you disagree with, it's your prerogative to say, I don't like this person's business practices, regardless of if they make good content. You know? They're also my competition, exactly. So I look at them and I go, all right, you exist as, in a way, a format of colleague, right? And if I think that something that you do is immoral and not the kind of business practices I support, in the case of weaponizing your community and intentionally telling people to go attack people at the end of your videos and go harass people at the end of your videos, which he does at a relatively frequent basis, mocking minorities and disabled folks as part of his humor, I don't respect that. And I never will, right? It's like, he absolutely promotes games that deserve to be promoted, and often they do very well because of it. But I got nothing nice to say about the guy. Right? That's just kind of my opinion. I have like a very similar opinion of XQC, the Overwatch kid, because he was rude to me in person. So it's like, it doesn't really matter to me that a lot of people who genuinely enjoy games do that because of the way he behaves in his videos. And the last few videos I've seen that he's put up, he's gotten better. Like, he has gotten better. But those other videos are still up. He still has a Factorio video with autism in the thumbnail. You know, he still promotes that kind of shitty humor, and I can't respect that. We have a Crafts Dwarf that's been taken by a strange mood and is now possessed at the far end of the fortress. I thought that was a Forgotten Beast initially. But that's kind of all I really have to say on the subject. You're entitled to enjoy their content, and you're entitled to view it and watch it. And I'm entitled to say that I think that that dude needs to apologize to a lot of people. But, you know, like, I also intentionally try and have what I would describe as generally a pretty thoughtful and mature community, and I think I kind of pride myself in that. Some people just going the complete and total opposite direction, say, fuck all logic, fuck all maturity, let's just go hog wild and make fun of everybody and be an asshole. And if that's your brand, fucking more power to you. I'm still gonna call you an ass. Like, that's just the way this industry works, to a point. Some people choose to suck up to people like that. I choose to say, fuck them. Be morally sound with how you promote yourself and your brand, and don't build your brand around mocking child soldiers and racist stereotypes and harassment. I think that's just kind of gross. Ral has claimed a clothes shop. Well, that's interesting. Grab some cloth. Grabs another piece of cloth. Legendary sock go. Oh, I hope so. That or mitten. Mitten. Let's go. Will probably be like a slender folded skirt or something. I don't know. You going for bones, maybe? Actually, it could be going for ore, actually, or gems. Cloth door. I don't think they can do that, but wouldn't it be great if they could make like a hippie cloth door, like, you know, the hanging beads or something? But I'll put it this way, catch up on, and kind of like the last comment on the subject. Somebody like Mandalore, very kind of similar way of promoting niche games, and in some cases larger games, but niche games and small, more obtuse games that really deserve it, but manages to be hilarious, have good, insightful writing, and well-written and thought-out reviews without weaponizing his audience, right? Like, and I realize that those two, like, are friends and, like, communicate and pop up in each other's videos sometimes, and there's, like, that whole conspiracy theory that they're actually the same person, which isn't true, but there is that, right? That is an example of how to do that kind of content and be morally sound versus making that kind of content and hurting people in the process. So that's just possibly the best example of that. Donkey's a slapstick comedian who occasionally has extremely good writing. Donkey is just like a meme factory, and I genuinely enjoy Donkey's videos. And when he decides to be smart with his video, like, Donkey will make a 2-minute video that exists just to tell a bad pun. So Donkey's kind of a Donkey is a blessing to society. We don't deserve Donkey. But even Donkey, like, in his early days, back when he was very League-centric, was an incredibly toxic individual, but has remedied that. So, used to work somebody who used to play League of Legends with him. What, Donkey? He's just genuinely like that all the time. Oh, I believe it for Donkey. I completely believe that. Just as I'm trying to think of like people who are like a character that I've met. I've encountered some of these people. Hey, another ghost. Oh, actually. A game will turn anybody toxic. I know some people who are pretty not toxic at League. Although, I know somebody who isn't toxic in League, actually. I don't know if any of you guys know him, but if you used to watch League of Legends content back in the day, in like the early days of League, Ponce is like the least toxic person I've ever met. He's like the most chill, just like... He's never toxic. He's just always disappointed in everybody. Tygo's dead? How? Even you got... I quit League and Dota back in 2014. The last game of Dota I played was in 2014, and I quit then. Ponce was big in, like, 2011 to, like, 2014, 2013 era. Like, early days of League. Well, I say early days. Like, as League was getting big. The fuck did you die? Or is that the old one? Nope. How the... Nani? But apparently, Tygo died. Remember Spazzy? Spazzy still streams. Like, someone was posting Spazzy emotes in my chat the other day, and I was like, holy shit, Spazzy! God! What the fuck happened to Tygo? Ponce. P-A-W-N-C-E. But he lives in North Van, and I hang out with him sometimes. He's like a super small niche community streamer these days. Roughly my size. But still has like this big dead YouTube channel. Third combat report? Yes. Actually. Well, that answers that question. Sorry. Feel bad. Named him earlier today. I need to finish building the safety rail. Fell in the river. Rip. Oh, do I have Drothless? I do. Delicious. Sparring beside the cliff? No, that dwarf wasn't in the military. Probably went down here to try and pick something up and then got washed over. To be fair, this is a very dangerous riverbed. But I'm trying to seal the whole thing off so things can't go down there anymore. I'm not sure why you went down there, but you did. Sorry. I mean, to be fair, this fortress is pretty dangerous. Although maybe they're too close to that wall. I don't think they are. You know what? Might as well just move them, because I was planning on doing that anyway. You headed to bed, Darren? You have a good... Oh, geez, what time is it? Holy shit, I've been live for almost 10 hours. Wow. You know, now that I'm, like, into this new streaming schedule, like, time has no meaning. For anybody who's, like, new here, we've swapped to this schedule pretty recently, about a month ago now, where I stream 3 days a week, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursdays, but I stream 12 to 14 hours, and it's like, I've been streaming for almost 10. I thought it finished. Yeah, he's done. This is kind of running on automatic. But yeah, maybe they're getting punted through the wall. I don't think so, though. Have I ever experimented with lava much? Yes, extensively. Why? I just haven't done anything with lava in recent forts because it's a bit too easy. I mean, Long Death, my other fort, which I was playing earlier today, has a tube of lava that is made out of glass that goes from 15 Z levels above the surface all the way down to the magma sea. It's just like a tube that's full of lava that serves no real, actual, practical purpose. You've been forced to go outside and talk to people now that I'm not on over the weekend? Oh my god! Are you okay? Like, are you surviving, Axon? Like, sheesh, my condolences. I'm so sorry. It's a lot of space out there. Lots of oxygen, man. Cave fish is fighting with a brewer. Oh, cave floater, not cave. Oh, jeez. Great. Fucking floaters, man. A floating pod with eye stalks and can spray poison, and it gives off poison gas when punctured. Its exterior is clear. It's clear that you've made a mistake if you are fighting with the floater. Come on, Dwarf, you got this. Come on, Uneth. Ooh, well. Managed to, pop it, though. What, the cave floater? Or the outside? I don't know. I want some goblins to show up so that I can... Okay, so Tenacious Gates. Who's running that squad? Pablo is running the Tenacious Gates. Novice Mace Dwarf Rusty. Skilled Organizer, Skilled Persuader. Okay, you know what I'm going to start doing? I'm going to go explore this. Send out the squad. Go steal Untitled from that monastery. Hey, Softlight. That's me and my Stream Teams podcast, if you're curious. We talk about video games. You've seen no evidence of this outside of just thinking about it makes you nauseous? Well, I mean, I think /r/outside is a subreddit dedicated to it. Sometimes they post patch notes. It's coming along. It's taken forever, though. Like, it's just... One of these days it'll be ready, and then the rest of us can get into beta. Ral, the Craftsdwarf, has created Adis Sethtal, a frilly cave spider silk coat. It's a frilly coat. Well, sorry to Team Sock because you lost. It's a frilly coat. It's worth 56,640 Zethal. It's called Rapid Whirl. Yeah, it's a game. Have you ever seen that subreddit, Clino? It's actually a really funny subreddit, like referring to Outside as a video game and like Outside's patch notes, and it's like kind of a comedy news subreddit, except like it's all written like it's like game dev shit. It's very funny. And like people reporting bugs. It's like, I found a bug, and it's like a picture of like a sign falling and shit like that. The AI is real bad, and it's a car accident. Anyway, this is a frilly cave spider silk coat. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with rectangular horn silver cabochons and decorated with cave spider silk. It is made from cave spider silk cloth. This object menaces with spikes of smoky quartz. On the item is an image of a pipe section in cave spider silk. On the item is an image of Obok, orbs tattoo, the dwarf in steel. I think I'm going to put that one down here on this display. You know what? Actually, let's put all of them. Except for that one, because that child is playing with it. Let's let the kid play with the puzzle box. Bracelet. Smoky. Okay, that's already sitting there. Also, we're going to make it a bunch more bedrooms. These are really crappy, like, mud wall bedrooms, but dwarves are getting by. They're pretty tough. They're just happy to have beds, frankly. We can do this now because the trap has been fully reset finally. You control R. Control P. You're welcome. I just don't bother usually. Has laziness killed the productivity star? I'm actually really curious to see what macros are going to look like once the game's like fully mouse supported. And how people are going to use them, or if people are going to use them. Boy. I'm almost ready for another cup of coffee. That one bedroom is killing you? Like, it came over to your house and it's stabbing you in the stomach? That's awful. We should, like, call the police on that bedroom. In bottom left. Oh, you mean the one that has the door that's on the wrong side? Deal with it. It'll be okay. It won't hurt you. It's fine. It's just a gremlin. We'll drive it away. Don't worry. Wouldn't it be fun if, like, this gremlin actually goes and, like, pulls that lever? Run away, little green boy! Run away! A humanoid creature with mischievous, toothy grin. Oh, also, we were joking earlier today, Clino, about somebody making a DF-related fan game about being a gremlin and escaping from the and escaping from the fortress called Escape from Dwarf Mountain or something. Like, we were just joking about it, and then like an hour later, one of my viewers posted this. I think this is actually like a playable video game. Anyway, so that might be happening. I don't know if anything will ever come of that. But this same viewer made the Gremlin for Mayor website under Long Death, Gremlin for Mayor NL, after we were joking about like the plausibility of making a gremlin into a mayor. So vote Gremlin, I guess. I don't know if that's actually happening, but be amusing if it did. He was just like, do you think that like Hitfox would get mad at me if I were to make like a DFA game? I'm like, I think they'd probably tap you on the back and say good job. So, we're just like ripping assets and making a game. Oh, little gremlin, where are you headed? You leaving the fort? The guy, he just wants to pull a lever. I should make a suicide lever in the bottom for him. They pull it and he goes. Bedrooms. Do I have doors? Nope. Let's make you out of... Let's make pink doors. Also, just wanted to say shout-outs to all of the people who participated in Slash Our Place, because my parents were very impressed with the collaborative art. They also find it, like, I showed my mom and dad Slash Our Place over the weekend, and they found the Canadian flags, and we're skimming through and looking at the Canadian flags, and we're very amused that it kept turning into a banana, because Canadian flags kept turning into bananas throughout, which is very amusing. I love those community collaborative art projects. They're just it's like, it feels like a glimmer of the old internet from like before Web 3, before even Web 2.0, and before like everything was like a marketing stunt, back when it was just like, oh yeah, let's just do goofy shit on the internet. Also, sorry for like just the random back-to-back-to-back anecdotes, but I think this is a really fascinating little poll that I did. How much Dwarf Fortress do you play? Maybe every few years, once a year or so, once a month, once every few days. I have 15 forts running and I might need help. I think this is interesting, actually, because initially these two were tied for like the first day or for like the first couple of hours I had this up. It was like 50-50 these two, with like none of these three, and these others have like caught up afterwards. But for a while it was every few years and maybe once a year or so. I think that's actually a really interesting stat. I think that's really neat. Of like the actual rate that people play the game. Forgot to reply, it's interesting. I kind of want you to do the same poll on the subreddit, because I'm really curious to see what it is over there. Which is why I bring it up. Oh hey, so our mission report. I just sent them to go explore an empty place with one artifact in it. The forces of the Halls of Defending search Skinny pleaded. And Untitled was looted. Excellent. Let's find some other abandoned places that we can go loot artifacts from. No civilized population. Understanding the human and the farm in theory. Off to that one. Best of luck, dwarves. Get back out there. But yeah, no problem that you forgot to reply. Did. Pulled up DF over the weekend, got totally confused, slightly panicked, asked yourself, you had the mindset and you said, no, all happened in like 5 minutes, maybe next week. Yeah, that's totally fair too. Like, in order to play Dwarf Fortress and genuinely enjoy it, you kind of have to be in the right headspace. That is totally fair. Slightly panicked though, that's I mean, what is that? Just like stress from like overwhelming stuff? Like just like the analysis paralysis of, there's things. What do I do? Like just that kind of a panic? Because yeah, I would recommend not playing video games that make you panic. Unless like it's a horror game and that's the point of it. Or like it's just called Elden Ring because that game just looks like a panic attack. Just constantly. Wonderful forest, and then suddenly massive boss hammer. I guess Dwarf Fortress kind of has that effect too, where you're just like chilling out, making a fort, and then suddenly fucking forgotten beast, and you're like, well, I guess I die now. This is how my life ends, I suppose. Goodbye, cruel world. I used to know ye, I don't anymore. A fort every major update and people are gone. It's why you still have this ancient 2010 meta and people are giving terrible advice. Now, I wonder if the ancient 2010 meta is because of those people or if it's because of how many old tutorials are still really high in the search rankings. Like, I feel like that meta has become lessened ever since like Krug Smash put up his video and, DOS Tactic updated some of his tutorials. Like, I do actually think, like, that meta that you speak of has become less of a thing recently. But maybe I'm just going crazy. I don't know. You also see all of the Reddit posts that I don't see, so. I'm just kind of purely talking about, like, through YouTube content and YouTube comments. Like, people seem to be more aware of how the game works now than they were previously. That or they just kind of accepted that they're never going to play it until the Steam version comes out. Jeez. Full F instead of lowercase. Yeah, I don't really encounter the meta people that often. Like every now and again I'll run into one person who's like, why they're playing it wrong? And it's like, what? Pordon? Or like people asking if I'm ever worried about cat explosions and stuff, but I don't know if I really call that meta. That's more just like people that have out-of-date information. You're not going to get anything done for a week when it comes out? I will probably, assuming I get the game early, will spend a weekend editing and making videos for launch day, and then just do the 16-hour schedule, except I stream like 15 days in a row or something. Or until I collapse. And then try and have Tarn on as soon as he has free time after that update drops. That's kind of my plan. But yeah, no, that's going to be a good week when it releases. I'll say as much. I also just hope that Tarn's expectations on income are vastly exceeded and he doesn't have to worry about healthcare stuff anymore. It's actually like kind of really interesting watching the comments from the most recent interview I did. Just because there's quite a few people in the comments that are just like, you know, I was not in favor of the concept of them releasing it early, but hearing them talk about healthcare again really kind of put that into perspective. Like there's a lot of people, I think like myself included too, who are just like, yeah, okay, fuck it, just release it, dudes. Like you guys, you've done enough. Just release the goddamn game. Like there's a lot of people that are just like, okay. Release the game, guys. It's okay. Drop it when it's hot. Let's go. and no Steam Workshop and the other features down the road. If they could squeeze Steam Workshop in, I think that would be beneficial. But you're heading out for the night. We'll see you tomorrow, or the day after, or next week. Cheers, dude. Probably later this year without adventure mode. Is what I've been saying, but that's also a guess. Although I've heard murmurs through the grapevine, and also so for those of you who remember, the first gameplay that was released of the Fortress mode was during the Guerrilla Collective stream last year, right? Right? It was either last year or the year before. I don't know. Last 2 years are a blur. But the first gameplay was released at the Guerrilla Collective stream. Summer Games Fest is in June. I have a suspicion we're going to hear shit in June. But that's just me knowing too much about how this industry works. And making educated guesses. Don't take that as fact. That's just an educated guess of the way game announcements work. And so I have a high suspicion if you like DF, watch shit in June. Like, if we're going to get a release date for this year, I would expect that to happen in June. Or, like, a release month. Because, like, from the way Tarn's been talking, Fortress mode is pretty damn close to finished. And, like, it's getting there. And, like, as of the last major update, there was, like, only a few screens that still needed to be done. And Legends has, like, when I spoke with Zach and Tarn last, which was roughly a month ago, the only thing Legends needed was the map that lets you, like, with the plus and minus on the numpad that lets you scroll through the years. That was, like, the one thing they hadn't done. So it's, like, Legends mode's pretty much good to go from what I can tell. So outside of that, it would just be bug fixing, which is not a small task in DF, and polish, basically. And then extra features around the edges. Also, a fun thing to watch. Oops, that's not what I was looking for. Last recorded update 8 days ago. They last updated the Steam build 8 days ago. There was months between breaks in this on SteamDB. Like 2-3 months at a time between updates. It's been like weekly for the last 2 months, 3 months. It's been like every couple of days. Like 8 days is actually a long time. It's been like every couple of days since they've been plopping updates. And this is all public information. You can just track it, right? So it's sped up significant. Like in the first year, it was like 6 months between version updates to the Steam version. But that's been accelerating. So yeah, I think that's interesting. Anyway, hey Terry Babbins. Did you just come in through the Twitch directory, or? Yeah, I realized that, like, the majority of people, like, watching Steam or Dwarf Fortress related things are just waiting for the Steam version. But I will always just recommend, it's like, if you haven't played the game, now is probably the easiest time ever to learn it. Just because of the current scale and accessibility of the wider community for the game. I haven't checked the progress in a minute. Looks like they provide updates pretty often. I edit videos with every single update they make, big or small, so. But, yeah, no, I'm very up to date on that shit. Well, see, here's the thing, right? Steam operates on multiple branches. So they're probably updating a branch that you don't have. Like, I know that you have access to a version of the Steam version, right? Like, you've said that, right? But it's a really old version. What's likely is they're probably updating a separate branch. Because there are multiple branches for every game on Steam. Many branches. Like, I know one game that has like 40. All different various older versions and test versions and such. So it's highly likely you're sitting on a version that lets you moderate the Steam forums, whereas the version that's getting updated is a different branch. Yeah, I mean, like, I'm in press branch for a video game that's out in early access right now that I can't say the name of, that it will be released at the end of the month. I'm in the release branch for it, even though it's in early access and not out yet. So the public branch that most people are playing on is a branch that I could play, but they also have their QA branch, which is separate and private, unlocked behind a password, and the release branch, which I'm in. So... Oh, okay. Gotcha, Terry. Just saw me on and wondered what's been up with progress. Gotcha. No, it's not the fastest changing stuff. I mean, like, the news is usually like 1 or 2 screenshots at a time of like we'll get this screen, or we'll get, actually, I think this screen is one of the few that we haven't seen yet. But we'll get like this screen, or we'll get like this screen, or we'll get like this screen, or we'll get this screen, and all that stuff. Like, it's like one thing at a time, piece of UI, so... Wait, what did they change on the Steam page in March? Hold on, I'm opening up Steam database recently. Again. The last new screenshots were added in September 21. Approximate API release date is September 30th, 2022, which, that moves up by 6 months every 6 months, so that doesn't mean a huge amount. Or adventure mode as a single hero. That might have also just been a clarification. Launch Steam and try installing this game. I wonder what it said previously. Interesting. I'm like skimming through it again. Yeah, I mean, there's this what's new, right? May already be further the months with Mayday and Iron Hand together, working on an all new tile set released a couple days ago. Meanwhile, Dabu and a couple of other musical artists yet to be announced are collaborating with new musical tracks to match the seasons, and a few other sound effects. The original Dwarf Fortress. We are assured that the original Dwarf Fortress song will make an appearance as well in some form. Don't worry. Losing's fun. Yeah. No, I don't know. It's small tweaks get made to that relatively frequently. Yeah, I don't know. I still think that the best sub forum of the whole thing is no, time is not subjective. It's actually very much understood in a known quantity. Searched them and found nothing really, but there was artifacts there. Peace with those humans. Beliefs Abridged. I'm going to go steal a copy of Beliefs Abridged because that seems like a useful thing to have. But yeah, I don't know. I'm just like rambling about Steam and DF now. But I don't think you guys mind my rambles. I think that's why a lot of you are here, frankly, is to listen to my stream of consciousness. Pouring over you. Need to finish my water so that I can have more coffee. Hope I don't lose my voice tomorrow. I lost my voice halfway through last week of streams, which was kind of obnoxious by the last day. Because, like, by the last day last week, I was like, a giant impala is fighting? With what? The quartzite strikes the giant impala in the right front leg, bruising the muscle. The giant impala jumps away from the spinning quartzite. Excuse me? Oh. Okay. You stepped into one of my rock traps. Good for you, giant impala. Congratulations. The rutile strikes the giant impala in the lower body, bruising the muscle. You know, all right, you step on a rock trap, right? Boulder hits you in the head. You then step into the next rock trap. Boulder hits you in the head. You step onto next rock trap, and you're like, God, where are all these rocks coming from? Maybe stop stepping on the traps. I know that this is like a very shocking, strange concept to you, but what if you just, stop stepping on the traps? I think that would just be significantly more efficient for your future prosperity and not death. Also, winter has arrived on the calendar. It's the scientific method of trial and splat. I will say this though, and this doesn't really have much to do with the Steam release of Dwarf Fortress, but my Steam release of Dwarf Fortress videos have been doing better recently and have been getting kicked into the algorithm more. TLDR, that kind of means that more people are searching for Dwarf Fortress, meaning interest comes and goes in things on YouTube, but right now there are more people searching for Dwarf Fortress than there was previously. Like the search term and like effectiveness of the effectiveness of tags relating to Dwarf Fortress have gone up. And I think that that's interesting. Let's send some dwarves in the exact opposite direction. That's a lot of goblins. Abandoned Dark Pits, Dark Goblin Fortress. The Monastery of Kiss Oil. Ugh. Nobody wants that kiss oil. Don't get that on your hands. The smell never comes out. Well, the thing that, like, this isn't even something to think about. This is just a fact. Ambloco. Dwarf Fortress is like the number 12th. Well, actually, I can open that page back up and check again. Dwarf Fortress is currently the 11th most wishlisted game on Steam. and has over 100,000 followers on Steam because you can click the follow button. For comparison's sake, right? So the game's paused. You're not missing anything. 100,000 followers on Steam and 11th in wish lists, right? For comparison's sake, let's just go to a little indie game that everybody knows about, RimWorld. Right? RimWorld currently is not on the wishlisted list because it's out. Has just under 500,000 followers. This is a game that has had a Steam page since 2015 and has been out and playable publicly since 2015, longer than the follower system has existed on Steam. Dwarf Fortress has only had a Steam page since like the beginning of 2019, mid 2019. It got its Steam page. So if Dwarf Fortress has only had its Steam page that long, and it's already at a fifth of a game that has sold, what, 3 million, 4 million copies? Now, I don't even know what the number is at. Last I checked, it was 2 million, and that was like 2 years ago. So that's one factor. The second factor is, in order to be in the top 10 most wishlisted games on Steam, you need to have roughly 1 million wishlists, if not more than 1 million. Tynan's exceptionally fucking rich. He is that. And that game's $45 now, plus the DLCs. That game, like, Tynan is very well off. That's also why he donated $1,500 to charity the last, not the last one, but the one before the charity event that we did with that game. But yes, Tynan is very fucking rich. Hope he gives Bay12 some money on Patreon. Anyway, but he's got DF to thank for it. But largely, that is a pretty good indicator that the game will do. Like, it's not even a what if Dwarf Fortress blows up. Dwarf Fortress is going to sell extremely well when it launches. The concern is, are Steam reviews going to be overwhelmingly positive, mixed, or negative? You know, are they going to be mostly positive? Are they going to be very positive? And that will factor into whether or not the game will sell well in the long term. If it releases to like mixed reviews, it will have a harder time than if it releases to overwhelmingly positive. So that's a floor. Yeah. But like that number is going up, right? That's not a number that's going to drop. I mean, obviously some people will remove it and some people add it and that will fluctuate. But in order to be in the top like 10 most wish-listed games on Steam, you have to have roughly around 1 million wish lists. Like you're saying 700,000 not long ago, and yeah, that's believable. I would guess it's probably higher than that, but it's definitely around there somewhere. So keep that in mind, I guess. And if the game only sells 100,000 copies, like that's still like wildly successful enough. So if like, let's just say 15% of the people who have it on their wish list right now buy it on day one, that's an overwhelming success, top seller on Steam, right? And then at that point, word of mouth spreads. Because if you get onto that top seller slot on Steam and you hold that, even if like 10% of the people who have that game on their wish list buy it day one, it's already an overwhelming success, regardless of reviews. But I do still think that there is a world where Dwarf Fortress comes out and people hate it. I do honestly think, and I worry about that specifically because RimWorld is a very successful game that a lot of people associate in their heads as being very similar to Dwarf Fortress. That is absolutely nothing like Dwarf Fortress. The gameplay, the goals, the way the game treats the player, what the game expects from the player could not be more different than Dwarf Fortress. And I worry that some people have played a lot of RimWorld and are going to go into Dwarf Fortress with completely the wrong idea of what to expect from the game, which, you know, isn't necessarily a bad thing, but I think could disappoint or perplex some people that are expecting a different experience. So there is that. which I think is also like the biggest worry, I think like obviously you'll have the dedicated fans who will leave very positive reviews for Dwarf Fortress, but I think that there are also people that will open the game up and be like, what the fuck is that? And like not immediately find the depth and the interest and just get confused. Like, and I do worry about that. I do worry about that. I don't think it's guaranteed to happen, but I think it's possible enough that I worry about it. Well, I mean, Dwarf Fortress is already a cultural phenomenon. It's just not a mainstream cultural phenomenon, Like, example A, there are references out the anus to Dwarf Fortress in other games. Every single Borderlands game has had a weapon that's a reference to Dwarf Fortress. Like, someone who works at Gearbox is a really big DF fan, and every single one of those games has a reference to Dwarf Fortress in it. Most specifically, Borderlands 3 has a masterwork craftsbros. That's description is literally all craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with Borderlands jargon and encircled with bands of Borderlands jargon and held together by bands of Borderlands jargon. And it's just like that. Dwarf Fortress already is a cultural icon. I think that the thing that keeps it from being a mainstream icon is its own hubris, but also its fan base's inability to explain to the wider audience that actually this game is maybe more approachable than people think it is. Like, because this game has the kind of mythological level of, oh, this game is like this impossible hard game, because it kind of has that mystique around it, people just kind of write that off as fact, which there's degrees of accuracy to that statement, but like, yeah, like the hardest game, the biggest learning curve, learning cliff and all that. I think that its own community to a degree has done itself a disservice. And, I fucking love Tarn. He's a great dude, but like, even Tarn saying things like constantly apologizing for the way that the game plays currently and constantly apologizing for the visuals, I don't think does the game any service. But like, there's things that people have said about me over the years that I've genuinely started to believe that are true. Like if enough people tell you a thing, you'll believe it and agree with it. And I think that, there's a point where like I think Tarn's kind of almost been beaten into submission by his own game. Like yeah, he's the first to say that the UI is terrible, but I don't think that that's ever really done the game any services. I think that that's only ever done the game a disservice, to be honest. It's more of journalists' fault. I mean, maybe. I think it depends on the journalist. I think that for every article about Dwarf Fortress that's very accurate and well written, I'm looking at Yukita Jackson, and there is like the same number of articles that are inaccurate and wrong. I'm looking at you. Actually, I'm not going to call out anybody, but like, there, like when the premium version of Dwarf Fortress was announced, there was a article that popped up on a certain video games blog that I'm constantly annoyed by to this day. That literally was, Dwarf Fortress is being remastered. It's like, it's just not right. And then there's so many people like, did you hear about the Dwarf Fortress remaster? It's like, did you hear that there's oxygen on the planet? I don't think it's necessarily the journalists' fault. I think it's community memes' fault that was then picked up by journalists. Like, I think kind of the community did it to itself to a degree, which kind of the same thing, but that being said, not to toot my own horn, but members of the Dwarf Fortress community have referred to my reporting around DF as some of the best reporting done by any media outlet or creator about the game, to the point where one commenter on YouTube once said that I do a better job of marketing Dwarf Fortress than KitFox, which I think is maybe a little bit of a disservice to KitFox because they're doing a great job, but also kind of funny. Mostly because, like, once every, like, 4 months or so, I have Tarn on and we talk about the game. I post videos about every feature of the Fortress to, like, remind people that, yeah, the game's still actively in development. Like, there's, like, a contingency of people that seem to think that Dwarf Fortress hasn't gotten an update since 2006. Like, there are some people who, like, are aware of this game and think that it's just kind of existed and has been dead since 2006, but just, like, is hosted on this weird, creepy-looking website that people don't trust and don't click on. And it's, like, it never gets updates. It's like, what? Like, hold on a second. Like, there are some people who seem to think that. Posted on the dark web. Yeah, I mean, like, I will bring up the story of, like, the user who popped into our chat, like, into this chat room a couple of months ago that was literally just, like, points at screen that was just like, hey, yeah, this game don't run very well. And I keep having all these problems and these bugs keep happening. Like, well, what version of the game are you playing? And they're like, I don't know. We told them how to find out the version number, and they were playing some prepackaged version of the game, like packaged in like 2011 or something with a tile set. And it's like, where did you get that? I don't know. My friend sent me a zipped file. Oh my God. You were just waiting to see which PC Gamer main writer you were going to call out? No comment. No comment. Although it wasn't PC Gamer that I was going to call out. It was a different blog. I don't read PC Gamers. There is that. But I would say Vice Games, Gita, or technically Motherboards, Gita Jackson is probably the best journalism surrounding DF these days. I mean, even, like, you know, my boys over at NoClip, who I'm a really big fan of, like, put out possibly the most disappointing Dwarf Fortress interview ever. Not because it was a bad interview, but just because it was the exact same interview that Tarn did, like, 150 times that year with every single media outlet, talking about every single one of the most famous Dwarf Fortress bugs. The only difference being it had a nice video surrounding it, and it took, like, a year for them to make the videos, so they put out the same interview that had been done 100,000 times over, it felt like, but a year late. So it was just, like, rehashing a lot of the same annoying questions. Where it's just like, oh, brother. Like, what have you guys done? I love you guys. You do such good work on video games normally, but you know so little about this game, and it's so painfully obvious that it was just hard to watch. Also, it was, like, just a huge ad for Krug Smash, which is fine. Krug Smash deserves that, but, like... has made you really want to try? It's free! It doesn't cost you anything to try. And then if you really like the game, throw them $5 on PayPal. So we've got one squad out exploring shit. Send another squad out. Can we... how's this? Okay, there's humans there. I don't really want to attack them. Dead human hamlet. This tomb. You know what? Let's try this, actually. Artifacts. I don't need artifacts that are owned by my civilization. Which seems to be most of them. Are all of the artifacts that we're aware of owned by my own civ? Ooh. This is an iron great axe. It is encrusted with brilliant cut peridots and encircled with bands of rectangular harlequin cabochons. Let's try and recover that artifact. Let's send 2 squads. Good luck, boys. They won't come back for like a year. Nope, this game's free. This game is completely free. If you want to play Dwarf Fortress, it's as easy as going to a12games.com/dwarves and clicking Windows, Mac, or Linux. You click the button, you save it, and you extract it. Then you have Dwarf Fortress. It's that easy. Also, it's only like, how big is the file? 13 megabytes. So, ya no, es free. It will be $20 when the Steam version comes out. Allegedly. But currently the paid version is free. Speaking of things that are not free, life isn't free. And you know who has a pretty great life is Audio Coaster, who just tuned in, who says he's still alive, which is good. I hope you're doing well, man. That was a weird transition, but I hope things are all right. Good to hear that you're alive. Now you have a link, you have no reason not to. You know, honestly, I think part of it is, have you ever heard of this thing called the sunk cost fallacy? When people pay money for a thing, they are less likely to not, like, forget that it exists because they paid money for a thing. A lot of people have a tendency to, yeah, no graphics equals no giant data size. It's just text. People have it who've paid money for a thing are less likely to quit playing it, but because Dwarf Fortress has been free all of this time, it's very easy to download it. Like, I think, like, if Dwarf Fortress was, like, a $5 donation, pay what you want or something, I wonder if more people would play it, because people see all the memes about how difficult it is. They install it, and they fuck around in the main menu for 10 minutes and go, well, I've lost nothing if I just uninstall it now. And then they just uninstall it or delete it, which is actually the exact story of what I did for years before actually finally getting into Dwarf Fort. Was I would download it, mess around with it for 10 minutes, get kind of annoyed, and then uninstall it. I did that for years. And I know kind of for fact that a lot of people have done that for years before finally getting into Dwarf Fortress, because it's free. And then, like, you go 6 months with this thing on your desktop and then you go, all right, yeah, I'll try this again. But with, you know, like, I like to use Crusader Kings as an example. Once you've spent $50 on Crusader Kings and $70 on DLCs, even on sale, you're going to, you've made your mind up. You're going to put the time in to play the game. Or, like, even Civilization, right? Once you've bought Civilization, you are going to take the time to learn Civ. Civ takes, like, a game or two to learn. Like, really. Maybe even more than that. Like, a good couple of games to learn Civ, like, properly or competently, to be able to play the game at an even remotely competent level. And I would say that the learning curve for Civ is roughly the same amount of time as Dwarf Fortress, if not less. Or if not more, rather. I don't. When that game goes on sale, you can get all of Civ 6 for like $12. So I don't know if that's necessarily true, but it's very much that way with, like, any Paradox game or Civ or any big strategy game or even, like, fucking XCOM or any of that. It's like, where's a good starting point to get some newbie help? Dwarf Fortress Wiki. Fortress mode tutorial, adventure mode tutorial. Don't worry about the download and install shit. If you need a setup tutorial in video format, I recommend Krug Smash's video. So we tried to recover Creed Moons, which is an artifact. I don't actually think that they left. Yep, they didn't even go anywhere. Why did you even try then? Let's go for the Quested Wells, which is a rutile slab. While craftsmanship is of the highest quality, the slab reads, I am Rafofi Avako. Rafofi Avako, the last maze of the underworld. By the abyss of gravel, I bind myself to this place. In an elven forest? Let's try and recover that slab. That is a really good point and example. You never thought about how involved some games like Civilization or Stellaris are and how many moving parts are. Learning Stellaris is just as overwhelming. Like, Stellaris has like a 3-hour tutorial. Like, learning Stellaris or Crusader Kings is no more effort than learning Dwarf Fortress. They're just more scripted for the learning process. As someone who's played a lot of the current style, are you excited or cautious? I'm cautious, but I'm cautious because I'm visually impaired. So I'm cautious about every game that has graphics, my dude. I'm excited that other people will get to experience it and enjoy it. But I'm worried that like some small sprites will move too quick. It's like there are plenty of graphical tile sets that are very detailed already. I think that Krug Smash does a better job of explaining things. And, like, just for the installation segment, I think I like Krug Smash's tutorial more. But Sal's fine, too. I mean, you could also recommend mine, because I have an installation tutorial as well. But, like, I think that the best installation tutorial is Krug Smash's, just because it is pretty accurate. That's not that outdated. What? Hey, Trench, what's up? It's good to see you. But, I mean, if we're going to talk about out-of-date tutorials, we could talk about Captain Duck for a minute if you want. Like, that's a perversely out-of-date tutorial. I mean, Krug Smash is what? I'm just looking. What version is that? It's 3 years ago. So it's 2 versions behind? It's not that out of date. What version of the game is he using in that? Checking. 4412? 3-4 versions behind, not counting patches. 3? That's not that far back. I don't think you need to cover stress in a getting started though video. Like, it's literally like how to make a bed. I don't know. But anyway, this is the video I'm talking about. You're quite behind on his videos. I like just started watching through this year's tournament. So this is us exploring halls of defending. And they searched the Windlands. Beliefs Abridged was looted. Stukos Pablo looted the Art of Farm. And Scratch Sanctuary was also looted. So I don't think that Krug Smash's tutorial is perversely out of date. It's out of date, but it's not perversely out of date. Perversely out of date's like before version 44. But I don't know. I recommend people watch Krug Smash's video or Sal's like getting started install video, and then just following the wiki, because like the wiki is the best guide. Gotta catch up on them all. I think the better I get at Dwarf Fortress, like the less I enjoy Krug Smash's videos, because I see through the veil. Like, it's not a knock against him at all. Like, his art's incredible and like what he does is fantastic, but like I see the strings being pulled, if that makes any sense. It's kind of like if you go to a lot of musicals, you start to understand stagecraft and you start to see the holes in it. And on one hand, like, I appreciate them for that, but on the other hand, like, they're less exciting because I see the holes. I see where he's extrapolating and making stuff up, and I also, if that makes any sense. I mean, worked behind the scenes. What, you know what I'm talking about? It's like, in some ways it makes it better, in some ways it makes it worse. Some stuff still floors you. Fair enough. Speaking of floors. Let's see if you recognize what this is. See this? Boop. Boop. I don't know if that's what you're talking about. But this thing, while it takes like 6 hours to set up, it's fucking hilarious when I push the boom button. It's very amusing. Are they worth it? I don't know. Are they fun to watch and do you have fun building them? If so, then yes, they're worth it. That's generally my my science when it comes to DF. If you have fun building it and just as much fun watching it go off, then yes, it's worth it. Yeah, no, he's a fantastic storyteller, but from like the game perspective, like I see the strings being pulled. Like, don't get me wrong. I love his videos. I just don't watch every single one of them anymore. I really enjoy watching his tournament videos. Those are the ones that I watch the most. But I was waiting for him to finish him, so I watched the first episode this past week. They're quite long. So. I still think that he needs to kickstart like a picture book. I would throw like $100 at that. Just like if he, because he keeps all of his illustrations. Like, he could make an illustrated storybook out of like Honeystoker or any of his fortresses, or Scorch Fountain, or like any of them. He could make a picture book out of, and I would be willing to bet that a book publisher would jump to be able to publish that. But it would be a fuckload of work, and I don't think he's down to do that kind of thing. But I would love to throw money at something like that. Six hours setup, I like a second of absolute awesomeness. The last time I set that trap off, half of chat didn't even know what I was doing and was like, wait, what the fuck just happened? And I was just laughing pretty hard, so. I'm hoping I can set it off again today, because it's fun, but I'm just trying to finish building this tower. That's like my end goal for this fort. Let's go. Holy shit, that's a big pig feast. I've never actually like hovered over this. That is a really big town. 3,000 humans? Boy, howdy. I'm going to send a raid at these guys. But the only thing we're going to do is try to free captives. Civ, because there's one dwarf there I want to go get. But yeah, but I think my biggest hope for the release of the premium version of Dwarf Fortress is that it sells well enough that Tarn is blown away by the result of his years of slaving away on boring menial tasks that he's voiced in the past, like he doesn't find that interesting. You know, building UI is not the most exciting part of developing Dwarf Fortress for him. In fact, it's the least exciting portion of developing Dwarf Fortress for him. So I hope that it sells well enough that he's blown away by the success and very happy with it. My second hope is that, now this is me being selfish. My second hope is that creators who've been making videos about Dwarf Fortress for years and streaming Dwarf Fortress and like creating content around Dwarf Fortress grow exponentially. Like, that's me being selfish. And I hope that Tarn is excited and looks forward to finishing up the premium versions, and adventure mode is smooth with minimal issues so that he can go work on Myths and Magic, which anybody who's played Dwarf Fortress for any extended period of time knows that that's all that Tarn really wants to go work on, is cool world gen shit. So that's my hope for the premium release. No, I very much doubt that. I'm Bloco. Like, think of Dwarf Fortress, like, I mean maybe, but I doubt it. Think of Dwarf Fortress like this. Tarn is an artist programmer who's working on his life's project. And every single time people ask, will you make a team? I don't think Tarn cares about speeding up the development of the game. Tarn just wants to work on his game, right? Like, he's basically stated when he's unable to work on the game anymore, he'll open source it. He's said as much. So I think saying and suggesting to him that, do you think he will... A cat's fighting with a Crundle. Go kitty. Do you think he will hire a team, or do you think that he will open source it, or any of those things, to me are just kind of like discounting his ability as a programmer and also criticizing his art to a degree. Like, it's literally somebody's life project, right? And they're like art project more than a game. And I like, would Beethoven ask for help writing a symphony as he loses his hearing? No, because he didn't, right? He just left his last work unfinished. Would Picasso ask for help with a painting because he hurt his hand? No, he would wait until his hand healed and then continued working on his painting, or would fucking paint with his teeth. And I think that's kind of the case with Tarn. I would be shocked if he brought more programmers on. No, I don't think anybody means to insult his ability, but Tarn isn't your average programmer, right? Tarn's not working because he is making a mass market product. He's making it because it's a passion project. And I think that there's a difference between working in a large team on a large product and a single developer working on a passion project, right? Like, Tarn's making this game because him and his brother want to make it, right? They're not making it because, like, or rather, this is like, as much as I can gather from interviews and talks and things that he said in the past, they're making it because it's something that they want to make. And that I don't really ever expect to change. Unless one of them can't work on the game anymore, God forbid. Like, if one of them passed away or something tragically. So I would be shocked if they did. And I realize you're not trying to discount him as a programmer, but people definitely say what you said, but in significantly less polite ways. Like, I've had people in my chat say, oh, he's stupid for not asking for help, or when is he going to help because he's like shitty at this thing, or like he's a bad programmer in this. Like, I've seen people be genuinely very, very mean. And regardless of how possible it is, I don't think that's his ambition. And I don't think that we should pressure him one way or another, or ask him one way or another to do that. If it's something that he feels is necessary, he'll do it. I don't think he feels it's necessary, and I don't expect him to do it. And I think it's kind of ridiculous of us to separate somebody from their life's work like that. Tarn charm is being Tarn. Yeah, and I think that Dwarf Fort, like, I'm trying to like think of like examples, and the only one that I can come to, which is a bad example, is like, well, Notch sold Minecraft, right? Notch is also kind of a rich, crazy person who's a bit of a numbskull. So that's a bad comparison to me. But also, Notch admitted that he had no fucking idea what he wanted to do with the game after, like, he'd finished developing the World Gen, which was the interesting bit for him. So, yeah, I don't know. It's hard. It's really hard to, like, for me to say, as a third party and content creator who likes playing this game. I think if somebody wants to be a solo developer, I don't think they should ask for help, because I think that it would kind of no longer be Dwarf Fortress to a degree. Another mission report. This is us hunting for an artifact. Crimson Pulley attacked the Peach of Magic, an unknown civilization, at Crested Castles. The dwarf Melville Inkstance led the attack. What the fuck are we attacking? Dwarf Melville Inkstance unrolled a brilliant tactical plan, and the attackers had a strong positional advantage in Crested Castles. I wonder if this is a kobold group. The mechanical crevice led by the dwarf Melville clashed with a single monster of mountains at Crested Castles. This is us trying to get back an artifact. Look at this. This is cool. Because this almost never succeeds. I was trying it just because, like, maybe we'll get some ambushing skill and get an idea of how good my dwarves are. I don't believe I've ever seen that line of dialogue before. The mechanical convents led by the dwarf Melville Inkstance clashed with a single monster. The mechanical convents clashed with 50 beings of mountains. Leno, do you have any idea what this is? Because I have no idea what this is. Mechanical convents led by the dwarf Melville clashed with 25... We found a fun spire! Look at that! Angels. Fucking angels. Not a clue. They had an artifact. We were trying to acquire a slab, which I found in the artifact screen, which was located in a river in the middle of fuck nowhere in the middle of an elven civ. Mechanical convents led by the dwarf Melville clashed with a single monster. Are we fighting an elder demon? The dwarf Tun was struck down by the monster, the crest of entering. Mechanical convents led by the dwarf Melville clashed with 16 angels, slaying 8. Mechanical convents led by the dwarf Melville clashed with 41 beings of mountains at Crested Castles, slaying 9. We're going to have to, like, all-out invade this thing with all of my dwarves after this. The dwarf Melville Inkstance used good tactics, and the defenders had a strong positional advantage. I keep seeing that line of text. That's interesting. I've never seen that repeated. The mechanical convents, led by the dwarf Melville Inkstance, clashed with a single monster. Mechanical convents, led by Melville, clashed with 8 angels. We lost, sorry, Kochapan, you unfortunately died. You were imprisoned by the Peach of Magic. Ficod and Inuel. We're going to send everything we have down there. That is too fucking cool. That is too fucking cool. I don't think I've ever, like, randomly managed to find angels in the overworld. I know I've never done that before. That's completely new to me. Two beings of mountains, 2 angels of Naglak. 2 beings of mountains. Hold on. So is it visible on the overworld now? No, it's still not. That is cool. That is really cool. Okay, hold on. That's it. We are going to try and recover this. Except I'm going to wait for my dwarves to come back. And I'm sending everybody. I'm sending my entire army out there. Which means I'm probably just going to, like, kill my whole army again. Yeah, I want to see if they can have a successful fight. You're excited to see if they return the visit? That too. Like if they, yeah, they're not listed on here. Wouldn't it be fucking awesome if this fort got invaded by angels? Look at that. If I got the slab in your library. I don't think dwarves can read slabs. I don't think they can. Like I'm pretty sure that's the case. I love how they're not even notable kills. I'm gonna wait for that other squad to return. Actually, you know what? Fuck it. Send everybody else. Like altars and dice. Yeah, that's what I thought. You think you had them read a slab of life and death, and you had the whole fortress of necromancy? You must have had a book. Because I had an Etten show up with one once, because sometimes Ettins can just carry artifacts, and I had an Etten show up carrying a slab with the secrets of life and death on it, and he just like ran into the fort and beat a couple people with it, and then we killed the Etten, and then it was just kind of over after that. Okay, these guys just showed up after this. Crimson Pulley slept in undetected, and we stole some books. And we freed the dwarf Amost Spinware. So that's good. We managed to free one of our prisoners. We can send the final squad with them. Okay, so we're able to send everybody out. Chat, I require, just because we haven't done this in a while, I require a big round of beers for good luck for all of these dwarves being sent to potentially their doom. Potentially their doom. You know, just like neither confirmed nor denied doom. Maybe doom, maybe not doom. Undefined potential possible doom. Also, I've been streaming for 11 hours. The Great Goblin. Written on the item written portion consists of a 19-page essay entitled "The Great Goblin," authored by Ispu. It concerns the acceptance of the Goblin Ispu as a member of the humorous dread in the mid-autumn of '65. The writing is stunningly self-indulgent, but it's not awful, but not very good either. It's funny that it's a book called "The Great Goblin" and it's a self-titled book about themselves, or it's a book about themselves, and it's entitled "The Great Goblin" and it's self-indulgent. Like that's, of course. You have undefined potential. Absolutely undefined potential. Oh no, I have a Baron now. Guys, guess who finally fucking showed up? Oh my god! I figured out why that dwarf didn't become my... Why that dwarf was traveling. They were kidnapped. Somehow, my Baron on the way to the fortress became kidnapped on the way to my fortress. That is way too fucking funny. Oh, that's kind of amazing, actually. The reason that that Baron was traveling for so long and never made it to my fort was because they were on the way here, but they got kidnapped at some point. Oh, that is hilarious. Awesome. Perfect. Bed. 1. Coffer. Rock. 5. Weapon. Rock. 5. Armor. Rock. 5. Cab. Rock. 5. What else do I need? Just DF things? Yes. Table. Lead. 5. Throne. Lead. 5. Statue. Lead. 5. There we go. That should be enough. Oh, that's so fucking funny. Just Dwarf Fortress things? I thought you were dead. Pretty much. Meanwhile, Stone's still, that. That is too funny. That is too fucking... I'm also kind of halfway giving these dwarves a break because they've spent a long time overworking themselves. And so I'm kind of giving them a bit of a break. I need some more coffee. I mean, it is 8 p.m. I probably shouldn't be drinking coffee, but yet here I am. Things never change. Tomorrow's DF News Day, allegedly. So if stream is a little late tomorrow morning, it's because I'm editing. Just a heads up. Also, we're making that office for that person who said, where the hell is my office? All right, well. I hope that my entire military doesn't get completely annihilated in that. That is so fucking cool, though. That there is angels, like, right here. Because they are hidden on the overworld. Places with angels are hidden from the overworld. Angels are, like, the opposite of... You know, that is the most, like, no shit Sherlock thing I've said all day. Angels are the opposite of demons! But, like... Angels in Dwarf Fortress are the other randomly generated spoiler creature that you're not supposed to know exists unless you've played too much Dwarf Fortress. They are the inverse of digging too deep. They're only generally findable via adventure mode and not really findable through Fortress mode. They're both horrible creatures? Oh, totally. But they're the opposite because one you find by redacted digging way too deep, and the other one you find by being very savvy on the overworld. So because one's on the overworld and one is way too deep, they are the opposite in my opinion. Like, both you have to intentionally seek out unless you accidentally stumble upon them. But I would actually say it's less likely that people would stumble upon angels than demons, because most people don't play adventure mode, and angels are really difficult to find without some extreme luck, like today on the overworld, without having them exposed, which is a modification that you can make to your settings before you like generate a world. But you can generate a world in such a way so that you can see where everything is. So yeah, that. Both you have to seek out unless you accidentally stumble on them. Yeah, except like angels are almost impossible to stumble upon, aside from unless you know where this screen is. And even then you kind of need to get lucky. Because like, look at that. It's literally in the middle of nowhere. There's another one. The hideous skull. I am Oskull. The Ashen Grave. Once of this underworld, by Stinum, I bind myself to this place. Yeah. Chat, I'm just going to read this description out loud and try not to laugh. This is a sperm whale man parchment scroll. The rulers are made from lead. The written on the item is a manual entitled Glue and Glory, authored by Dodic Rock Flickers. It concerns the preparation and use of adhesive materials. The writing has a touch of melancholy, yet shows a hint of tenderness. The prose is passable. You're gonna head to bed. Sperm whale man. Glue and Glory. That's, a new one? Poor guy. Yeah, right? Like, I mean, I just tweeted it. Here, go retweet it if you want. I've been tweeting not out of context DF text recently, and nobody seems to care, so it's fine. But this is a sperm whale man scroll. Oh, it's the real concerning thing is that's owned by dwarves. What kind of fucking dwarves are like murdering a sperm whale man in his home, like for existing? Like that's an absolute travesty, truly. Any dwarf should be ashamed to have taken part in such a vile slaughtering of an intelligent creature, a majestic, ancient, intelligent creature such as a sperm whale man. It's truly horrifying. Truly. It's also just really funny. You have a good night, Audio. Cheers, man. See you tomorrow, maybe. All right, so we're just waiting for this dwarf to leave the map. Dwarf, are you weak? Very weak. This is how slowly a very weak dwarf moves with their armor on. This isn't the frame rate. This dwarf is just very slow. Although I do feel like I'm genuinely the only person who thinks it's absolutely hilarious that the Dwarf Fortress community is obsessed with protecting new players from how to find demons and that demons exist, yet they are literally the intro movie. Like, the intro movie is everything you need to know about digging too deep. It's the same color palette, shows the dwarf digging, peeking through the hole, and then... But nobody seems to, like, notice the hints from the outside, you know? Come on, dwarf. Let's go. I think that's the last one that needed to leave. Yeah, the last one that needed to leave. I am really curious as well, Clino, to see if they return the visit. That would be so fucking cool if they invaded me. Like, imagine getting invaded by demons. Which would literally happen if those angels showed up. That, or I hope that we obliterate them and bring back a bunch of godly materials. Either is a perfectly valid option as far as I'm concerned. All right, we got dwarves placing shit everywhere, constructing stuff. All that jazz. Now we wait. And now we wait. Quit suspending the creation of that wall. Dwarf. Thank you, my toy. We're currently raiding angels. But yeah, I made it myself. This is like the less cool of my two fortresses, though. The other one is one of the oldest fortresses currently to exist in DF. I'm like way too engrossed in this right now. Today's still the last day I'm playing this fort, though. We're going to build a new one tomorrow. I just want to make a new fort more than anything. But yeah, if you have any questions, feel free to shout at me, my toy. Getting late in the day, so people are getting sleepy. We have been on for 11 hours and 15 minutes now, so it's been a pretty long day. We're getting to that time of day where like people in Europe are going to start waking up soonish, the early risers. No other TF streamers build open air stuff. I guess now that you pointed out, like both of my forts right now are open air. Long Death is like a giant pit, giant open pit, and this is, well, like a sort of above ground cliffside facing fort. So yeah, I guess now that you mention it, I didn't really think about it, but. It is kind of that. Do you, Chen, do you like to build open air forts, like surface forts and stuff? I think that there's like this kind of, I guess bouncing off that comment from Clino earlier about like old meta, a lot of people are very set in their ways to not build surface stuff in Dwarf Fortress, and I think that's kind of a shame. But, I mean, this isn't really a surface fort. I mean, like, it's more of a cliff fort because, like, a lot of my bedrooms are right here, right? But I've also got bedrooms right here, which is kind of underground. And then I'm building my Baron's quarters down here, which I guess is, like, you know, this is underground. Sign bed. Almost. My Baron. Their partner. Sees. Very happy with their quarters. They just need an office / dining room and a tomb. I think I'm going to put their tomb up here. I mean, the dwarves couldn't be any more clear how they feel about the outside. They don't mind working outdoors, aside from shitty weather. You know who also doesn't mind working outdoors aside from shitty weather? If it's raining, I complain. I don't think that's too abnormal. That being said, I love being outside. I love gardening, but gardening in the rain is kind of... Especially like the weather today. Here, the weather today, it rained, and it hailed, and it snowed. And we had sun. And I think it's all melted already. So you tend to only build defensive stuff on the surface, like pillboxes for archers and entries and traders for migrants. Maybe a good tower. Otherwise, you're very traditional, going deep as you can underground to build. Yeah, I think like that's cool. I think like I think for me the only boring fortresses are the people that go like 1 or 2 Z levels down and build a whole bunch of boxes and like nothing interesting. Those are like the least interesting forts in my opinion. If you're building super deep, that's awesome. If you're building on the surface, that's also awesome. But just kind of going halfway in between with like not a lot of real heavy dedication to either direction, I think is kind of dull. That's just my take though. There's a Crundle there. Come on, dwarfs. Cavern forts are also rad, but not many people build cavern forts. I love cavern forts. One of my favorite ways to build cavern forts actually is to like dig down to the cavern layer with the first 7, dig into the caverns, and then just like set up in the open in the caverns. They're so much fun. What's wrong with hill dwarves? Are you some sort of classist, Clino? That's mighty mean to the hill dwarf culture. Come on. Just because they don't have as much income due to a lack of precious metals and inability to mine stuff because they're stuck on the surface doesn't mean that they are a lesser dwarf. They're still a perfectly fine dwarf. Come on, man. What are we trying to gentricate dwarves out of living above ground now? I don't know where I'm going with this. It's like kind of lost the thread at the beginning, but you know what I'm saying, I think. And it's nonsense. Naturally. Beliefs abridged. Hey, chat, you want to read an abridged version of Beliefs? Because written on the item is a portion consists of a 17-page essay entitled Beliefs Abridged, authored by Batau Matchcherises. It concerns the ascension of the human Batau Matchcherises to the position of abbot of the cult of Steam. Gabe? Abbot of the Cult of Steam in 107. The writing is fairly cheerful, and the prose is not awful, but not very good either. Caving building is one of the strongest areas. It's one of your strongest areas. Mess up your careful planning of minimum steps to work plan. Yes, that's great. Cavern forts are wonderful. I wish that we had the ability to spawn in caverns from the overworld initially. That would be awesome. Pray to Deller Diamond Crest the Mountainous. But yes, no, I do love me some cavern forts. Also, just for the fun of it, I'm kind of planning on putting up a video on my YouTube channel of, like, the original Slaves to Armok. Just because, like, I know where to download it, and I think that that might be a fun video for the YouTubes. All right, let's go down to here. Man, I'm so nervous that my army's not gonna come back. Yeah, I know, but I think it should be a default option. It was just a stub for modders, but you begged the writer and they made it into Deep Embark. Yeah, no, I think it should be a okay, why did that cat just become a named stray cat? Did your owner die? Who's your owner, kitty? Guess your owner died. Who was your owner, though? That's concerning. Time to eat some crundles. But yeah, no, I would love to see, like, Cavern Embarks be a vanilla feature, but I'm not going to hold my breath for it, to be honest. That being said, it's not too difficult to just, like, power yourself underground. Myth and Magic Underground rewrite? Oh, probably. I mean, I'm sure it's on Tarn's to-do list, but Tarn has a, as we were talking about earlier, a very long to-do list. You know? Clear prop. Prop. As stupid? Pilot, are you calling me stupid? Because you'd be right. But hi, what's up? If I was smart, I'd actually get a real job. But then you could actually say that I wasn't as stupid as some of your coworkers. What'd your coworkers do? I'm ready for gossip. Short swords. Well, that's doable. I think it's 3 that you wanted. 1. Should have enough steel for that. Yes, I do indeed have enough steel for 1 short sword. Is that blood? Splattering of Crundle blood. Lovely. So I gather you had some frustrations at work today, Pilot, based on that statement. There you go. Just needs the office / dining room to be nicer, which is easy. We can just engrave the walls. You've got a coworker that's so lonely, she'll stay with a guy even though he's actively making her miserable and broke by doing things like spending $40 on a single gas station meal? That's a... Wait, how's he making her broke? Taking her money to do that? That's really sad. I wouldn't say that's stupid. That's just bad. Unfortunately, the world that we live in is rather sad. So... they've returned. All right. I will be back in a split second. I just got to use the restaurant, the restroom. Oh, you have to hear about it. Okay, I understand. Well, continue with your wall of text. I will be back in a moment. Also, to clarify, I'm not as stupid as your coworker because I don't have a significant other that bleeds me dry by spending a lot of money on nothing. I mean, I used to. That was years ago, though. So I was as stupid as your coworker at one point. It's a really rough situation to be in. All right, so this is our Invasion of Angels number 2. 3? This might be the third one. All right, the Crimson Pulley attacked the Peach of Magic, an unknown civilization. The dwarf's Pablo led the attack. Pablo put forth a sound plan, another line of text I've never seen, and the attackers has a strong positional advantage in crested castles. The mechanical convents led by the dwarf Melville clashed with 8 angels, slaying 6. The golden contests led by the dwarf Lytast clashed with 33 beings of mountains, slaying 10. The impervious sacks led by the dwarf Einod clashed with a single monster of mountains, slaying them. The tenacious gates led by the dwarf Pablo clashed with 2 angels, slaying them. Chat, we're getting progress. Probably no return visit then. Yeah, because it's a fun spire, dude. The dwarf Pablo used poor tactics. Oh no! And the defenders had a strong positional advantage in crested castles. The impervious sacks clashed with 23 beings of mountains. Mechanical convents led by the dwarf Melville clashed with 23 beings of mountains, slaying 4. The tenacious gates led by Pablo clashed with 19 beings of mountains in crested castles. Oh geez. Id was struck down by a being of mountains in crest of entering. The golden crests contests led by the dwarf Lytast clashed with 19 beings of mountains, slaying 1. The mechanical convents clashed with 18 beings of mountains. The dwarf Lytast clashed with 18 beings of mountains. And then they come back. So we lost 1 dwarf. We're sending them straight back out to go do that again. I'm going to keep doing this until that falls over. One of your new teammates is a DF player who recognized it while I was listening the other day. Really? Oh, no. I mean, that's good, but I don't know how I'd feel about that if I had that happen. Hit them again. Damn, there's always something new to learn about Dwarf Fortress. This is literally the first time you've ever heard of angels in this game. Really? They're one of those things that's like referenced in things from time to time. Every now and again, you'll see a dwarf that likes them. But yeah, no, that's a fun page on the wiki and Bloco. I'm literally just gonna keep sending my squads out on that mission until either we win or I have no soldiers left. But yeah, I've seen Pythania streamer. They are very knowledgeable, probably the most knowledgeable adventure mode player I know. And they do a very efficient job of dispatching of the angels and fun spires in adventure mode to the point where like they can actually play as an angel in adventure mode, which is kind of whack. But they're kind of like human size or like dwarf sized forgotten beasts, basically. Or like surface demons, like the things that are in the underground zones underneath the adamantine. They're basically those, but like dwarf size or like humanoid size. Like normal living creature size. All right, there we go. The archangels are the monster that we're fighting with. Which are essentially just like an elder demon. They're just like a really big forgotten beast demon thing. Also, like if I type in metal, all of these like dark metal, ruddy metal, sometimes you'll see like shining or blazing translucent metal, blazing metals, slick metal. What else do we have here? All of these, flowing metal, these are all things that you get from angels. Pale metal, they're random based on every world. Multicolored metal, and you can just type in metal and find all this shit. These are singing metal, that's another one that you see pretty often. Those are metals that are allocated with gods that are only found at fun spires where the angels live. Is why you turn off divine metals in World Gen? Really? Why? They give you goals, man. But yeah, this is how you find divine. These are the places where you get divine metals. Yeah, there was somebody in chat a couple days ago who was talking about an adventure they had, and they were wielding an entire kit of divine metal. No, that's like calling them a fun spire is like calling the hell zone in fortress mode the circus. They are these spires that are thrust to the surface in Legends mode. Also, you should tell your coworker who plays Dwarf Fortress about my YouTube channel. I see an opportunity for promotion here. You did promote Long Death pretty heavily? Fuck yeah. So, one of these days you'll be at work and you'll be watching me and somebody else at your work will be watching me. One of the weirdest things I ever had was I had a viewer who works at a big tech company, shall we just say. Or used to work at a big tech company. He no longer works at that big tech company. Now works at another equally big tech company, but I won't out who he works for. And he's just like, yeah, I work at... Oh, come on. Why are you going to sleep, yes, silly dwarf? He's just like, yeah, I work at this big tech company. And then someone else is like, pops up in chat who was lurking, goes, what building? And he's just like, building, names the building that he's in. He goes, I'm in X building. Hi. And this was when I had like 15 people watching. Like, I was a much smaller channel back then. And he's just like, I'm in this building. And then somebody else popped up who was also kind of regular, goes, wait, I work security. I'll be there in an hour. I'm literally about to leave for my shift. And then they all had lunch together. It was maybe the weirdest, like... Uh-oh. To make something... 2 short swords. That was maybe the weirdest, like... situation I've ever had happen surrounding, like, me streaming. Because a bunch of people I met up and had dinner because they all happened to know each other because they all worked in the same building for the same company. Different, like, sections of the business. And then they all kind of watched me for a while, and it was a fun couple of weeks, and then I think one of them quit, and, like, yeah. That fun group kind of ended. I think only one of them still works for the company, but they all work at different companies now. But just kind of a funky little interaction that happened years ago. Feels like it was so long ago. It's like 2015 or so. All right, so I've got one military dwarf who's sleeping. Bromrak Kilolrum, the hammer dwarf. Get up and get out of here. But the before times? Yeah, before I even made money doing this, really. Like, this was back when all I had was a tip button, I think. But yeah, I am determined to kill this fun spire. There you go. Get out of here. Dwarf, get off the map. I'm just really hoping that they will come back with something. I just hope that we get a victory soon, because so far we've had 2 dwarves get kidnapped by them, the creatures there, and we've had 1 death. That's pretty good so far. 1 death and 1 kidnapping. Keep those numbers that low. Fingers crossed. Although there was one time where, like, I mentioned hearing a thing pretty loudly in a chat once, and someone was like, wait, do you live in X part of town? And I was like, yeah. And they're like, hi, I'm 2 blocks away from you. That was another kind of weird interaction I had on Twitch. It was just kind of a funny couple of DMs. I'm also just kind of bummed that we haven't been invaded yet today. Not super bummed, but, like, mildly bummed. Alrighty. Also, chat, we're a little lurky. Kind of curious how many people are listening to the stream right now. Can we get a round of beers? Kind of like, I don't know, in the next hour, some people start waking up, but... We're at the quiet hours. Also, I was suggesting that we might do, because I still want to. We would do some cog mine tonight. I think we'll cancel that for tonight because I'm way too engrossed in this fun spire. And we'll do that tomorrow night. He was eating there. Ah, that's fine. We'll do that tomorrow night. So we'll do. I will make a valiant effort to finish assaulting this fun spire. And then we'll retire this fortress. But that's also like a very valiant goal for the next fort. I also wonder if retiring this fortress and making a new fortress will expose that faction on the overworld. Very curious about that. I think it was Cooler was saying that that actually works that way. Because Cooler knows more about this sort of stuff than I do. This is a cool little tower. I like it. Yeah, we're gonna go around the top and fill that in. Put a roof on her. Also, what's for dinner, Pilot, if I can ask? I've got pasta for dinner. Mist is fighting? Oh no. Okay, that's fine. You got this, Mist. Beat that Crundle into submission. I'm also kind of surprised that we haven't been sieged once. Like, nothing has actually happened today, which, now that I've said that, we're going to get invaded, but... How many books do I have now? Oh, I see. 25 books. Not a bad little collection, if I do say so myself. Didn't spend $40 on it either. Yeah, like what in the world could somebody get that costs $40 at a gas station? Like I think that's more of like a quantity, less of a like just like gas station food's pretty cheap. Like, in order to spend $40 on gas station food, that's a lot of food you gotta order. Like, a lot of food. I think I did that once, but that was because there was, like, 5 of us, and I was bringing food back for friends. It's either massive quantity or contained drugs. Is that what we're calling drugs now? Is gas station food? Because if they're buying hard drugs or something, like unless they're buying weed, that would make sense. But if they're buying drugs, like that would be more than $40, I would think. Although maybe I'm like off with Canadian prices of drugs. Come on. I'm just like so nervous, just kind of waiting for them to come back at this point. This is such a pleasant fort, though. Why did I slaughter the puppy? Why did I slaughter like 11 puppies, actually? Because I do that every year. Why didn't you slaughter the puppy? I also make delicious soups. Well, maybe not soups. I don't think dwarves know how to make soup. They make delicious biscuits and soap. The soap's not delicious, but useful. They're like the only real livestock that I have in this fort, to be honest. Because I ended up with them, and you can train them for war. They're not very effective, though. I feel like whenever I train them for war, they just never come back. They just go out and die anyway, so I might as well just eat them. But, like, no. But, I don't know. If it makes you any happier, here, I'll put a puppy up here, and that can be my watchdog puppy. They eat dog in Korea? I don't know. I'm generally vegan, so I mean, like, I'm the person who should not be on board with this. If anybody shouldn't be on board with, like, not eating animals, it's the guy who maybe eats meat twice a month. If that. It's not like widespread. I mean, we'll eat what they eat, right? I don't think that Hambloko is half North Korean. Also, I'm pretty sure like they eat dog in a number of countries in Asia. You'd be lucky to get dog in North Korea. And North Korea would be like, what, rat? Grasshopper? Locust? Fish? Maybe. Why? Why would they ask you that? That's like asking if... Well, I mean, okay, so I used to have a viewer who now lives in the States who for a while there was living in the middle of fuck nowhere on a religious retreat in China. He tunes in maybe once every 6 months. He's not a very regular viewer, and he never was. But it was always like weird because he's just like, I'm in mainland China. People are like, how the fuck are you watching? He's like, have you never heard of a VPN? People were always like shocked and amazed that he was able to watch. And it's like, well, have you ever heard of VPNs before? They exist. Although, the other day, a couple weeks ago, back when, like, what's it called? Like Russia, and when Russia invaded Ukraine, like within a week of that, I was looking up Steam accounts and Steam data because Osama bin Laden and a number of his cronies were Steam users, like they had Steam accounts and owned games on Steam. And because I was thinking out loud, it's like, I wonder if Putin has a Steam account. This was a conversation we were having. And then after some Google searches, I found relevant, believable Steam data that somebody in Pyongyang has a Steam account. So, I'm just saying, there are people in Pyongyang that have Steam accounts, so I'm not suggesting anything. I'm just asking questions. I'm not even asking questions. I'm just making a statement. Hey, Rusty Computing. Yeah, we're waiting with white knuckles for my multiple. There are accounts registered that access Steam from Pyongyang. Are training in North Korea? Fucking Fortnite, probably. But yes, there is user data coming out of Pyongyang. I mean, it might be tourists. You never know. But Raid Shadow Legends. Fucking, does that even have a Steam? Is that even on Steam? Raid Shadow Legends. No, it's not. So they can't. They're not. No, they're not playing Raid Shadow Legends. They're probably playing fucking DEF CON. You know, like the classic Intravision Software nuclear apocalypse simulator. I own the box for this somewhere. What, Raid Shadow Legends? I mean, I get emails for them a couple times a week, so not a couple times a month. A week's an exaggeration. War Robots is on Steam though, and they're almost as bad. But we are waiting for Rusty Computing. We are waiting for my squads to come back because we are raiding angels right now. We found a hidden site on the overworld. Welcome back, Raz. Hey, Jimmy, what up, dude? Like I said, we're getting to that time where people start tuning back in. There's like about an hour between or about 2 hours between about 7 and about 9 p.m. here, where it gets kind of quiet, and then around 9 p.m. people start showing up again. It's kind of funny. We're like 10 to 9 right now, and like on the dot, people start showing up again. It'd be funny if Kim Jong-un's account is just full of hentai. He's just like, he's 100% into Honey Pop. You know? It's like Honey Pop, and he owns every single one of the Sakura games. Like, actually, no, he owns that. He owns all of like the schoolgirl VR games, most likely. But yeah, no, like, Osama bin Laden's Steam account had like a bunch of like late 2000s and early like 2010s like first-person shooters that were like realistic. Which is funny. Like, Anime Girl's like a porky dictator. That game's probably already on Steam. Careful. Like literally with that exact title, Krista. But something that's kind of hilarious. Do you guys remember the vaping senator? That guy who in the States who got in trouble for spending like money from government accounts on games on Steam. Hold on, let me find this guy. Vaguely. Hold on, let me see if I can find this guy. Ah, this guy. Yeah, I mean, the subtitles, the title says it all. Wasn't it a train game? I mean, that's very easy to spend $1,300. It was like later he's like, oh, I was using the wrong credit card. Oops. Hey, they're back. Okay. Raid goes out. I love how they have to run over top of a volcano to get there. We once again attach the Peach of Magic of an unknown civilization, and the dwarf Stukos Pablo led the attack. The dwarf Pablo unrolled a brilliant tactical plan, and the attackers had a strong positional advantage in crested castles. The tenacious gates, led by the dwarf Pablo, clashed with 18 beings of the mountains in crested castles, slaying 9. The Golden Contests, led by the dwarf Lightast, clashed with 9 beings of the mountains, slaying them. And the forces of the Halls of Defending searched Crescent Castles. The Crested Walls was looted. We've got it. Motherfucker, we've got it. We killed them all. Motherfucker, we got it. Iron bars. Look at, we're gonna have a wonderful decorative piece for this fortress. Wouldn't that be incredible if we could claim it? I don't think we can, though. Waiting for a dwarf carrying the slab. We just fought angels in their home. Your notable kill is a giraffe. Right, yeah. That's funny. That is awesome. Did you know that it's possible to use too much toothpaste? Yes, actually, my dentist talked to me about that once. I wonder if it's on the overworld now. No, it's still not. A goblin forest retreat? That's interesting. We may have also, like, just beheaded this goblin civilization down here. They drop it on the ground? There it is. The crested walls. A rutile slab. This is the slab from Fofi Abaco, the Last Maze. Once of the underworld by the abyss of gravel, I bind myself to this place. That is fucking cool. That is really fucking cool. The funny thing about that item is it's not even that valuable. So, in World Gen, when a goblin faction starts, a unknown creature creates a slab like that, which is how they bind them. Was that item? It's not a, what was that item? It's not a tombstone. It is a tombstone. It's an artifact tombstone. So when they bind themselves to the world, they create a slab and use that slab, kind of like Jesus's 10 Commandments, to bind themselves to this place. And in adventure mode, if you read that, you learn the demon's true name, and then if you find the name and you say the name of the demon to the demon, which you can do, you banish them. You can either banish them back to the underworld become them, or like take their power and kill them, or just make them join you and enslave them. And so now we have access to that. So assuming that demon is still alive, and if we could locate it, it's a hell of a quest item. Dwarf Fortress. It's a pretty good video game. I need to be much better at adventure mode to do that. Put them in a demon brothel? I mean, I'd probably just kill them, honestly, but now I need to figure out where they are, because the demon obviously wasn't there. We didn't clash with it, and we didn't kill it. The name of that demon didn't pop up. So the demon wasn't there anymore. It was just the angels left defending it. But we're going to wait for them to place that, and then we're going to retire this fortress, I think. And tomorrow, we're going to found another fortress over here in this haunted jungle. Demon power shapeshift? I mean, I suppose so. Look at Mizbeth here. Constructing the thingy. What was that, lime green square? Probably some contaminated tile. Or like a tile with an item on it. Or probably like a bug on it with a, yeah. Those little lime green squares, those are bugs that are popping up in a pile of leaves. The funny thing is 3 dwarves were enslaved there, and we didn't free them again. Wonder what happened to those poor souls. Considering one of them was Catchupon, who tuned in for the first time today. Yeah, I gotta admit, this is one of the coolest items I've ever found in Dwarfort. Just because I've never really thought to look for them before, and I've never found them before. So, yeah, no, that is fucking rad. Absolutely fucking rad. The thing that I'm kind of sad about is that it didn't expose them on this screen. I was really hoping it would expose them on this screen, because that would then expose all of their location. Uh-oh. So remember how someone was saying that the elves were going to insult us and ask us to stop chopping down trees? Well, Inefra says, "You have disrespected the trees in this area. We have come to expect this from your stunted kind. Further abuse will not be tolerated. Let this be a warning." I mean, it's just a warning. It's not going to invade us yet. I mean, come on. Come on. It's fine. I've chopped down a lot of trees. Who was it earlier today who was like, the elves aren't going to like that very much? You're not wrong. Strongly worded leather received, indeed, yes. Which means they're probably going to ambush us, actually. They're not at war with us yet. Hey, Melville was possessed. Cool. The miner. Why did they send the weakest dwarf in the world to go haul this very important item? Oh dear, we forgot about it while destroying all of the elder demons from the underworld. I mean, what? Claims a mason shop? Make us a door, please. Chops down Treebeard. Not Treebeard! I actually saw a picture of somebody on /art tattoos who got a tattoo of Treebeard recently. That was badass looking. Honestly, like, I wish that what would actually happen if you chop down too many trees in Dwarf Fortress is that the trees would attack you. That's like one of my like weird, like, probably never gonna happen dreams, is I've always wanted there to be Ents in Dwarf Fortress. Like, imagine if just like the fucking trees started moving and attacked you. It'd be awesome. I don't know. Probably have at least 2 years before they war against you. They'll give you a cut no more trees and then war, and then if you break that, yeah, no, the next time they come over, they will send a diplomat and they will say you can chop down under this many trees, and if you break that, then yeah, we're good. Yeah, RuneScape was good back in those days. You know, you just completely like made me flash back to fucking trees attacking me. I haven't thought about that in a very long time, like a very long time. So thank you. You're just like giving me a blast from the past. I haven't played RuneScape since like 2010. Classic RuneScape was your first MMO? Yeah, I would agree. The Angels. The Angels of Nagalak. Ying of Mountains. So you know what? I'm actually just going to screenshot these. For a very specific reason, because as soon as we retire this fortress, I'm going to jump into Legends mode. I'm going to look them up and see what those were. I'm so fucking curious. I need to know. Oh, yeah, no. I'm aware people still play it. I just... MMOs in general are kind of over. Maybe for you, but that's, like, vastly incorrect. MMOs are bigger than they've ever been. I don't like having to worry about other people in my video game. I just like to play my video game. You know what I'm saying? Like, I enjoy playing video games. I don't enjoy playing video games. We just had a save. We just rolled over into spring. The game just crashed. Yeah, my game just crashed. This world's a little crashy because I did some custom world gen stuff. Wait. Concerning? What am I waiting for? But the game also just saved. Yes, we're good. We didn't lose anything. Like, nothing. So, we're good. Your stream just froze? I mean, I'm still here. Yeah, no, we lost nothing. Oh, you were reacting to the... Okay. I thought you were telling me to wait. I was like, what am I waiting for? Oh, hey, it's the elf that's here to insult me. Diplomat spotted. It's fine. We literally lost nothing. Everything is still here. This is post-fight. In fact, Mezbuth is in the process of setting this up. So it's fine. We literally lost nothing. We just wasted a little bit of our time. That's it. But yeah, no, I don't actually think MMOs are any close to done. I mean, it was a possession, so it doesn't matter. B4 mood. Oh my. That's actually pretty badass. Where did you... I don't want to, like, out what you posted in subscriber screaming, but could you post where you bought those, Pilot? I'd be curious to know. You guess you were wrong? Yeah, I mean, like... We had this discussion on my podcast on the most recent episode, the Halcyon Frequency podcast, where we talk about Worm Online a whole bunch because one of my teammates, Arch plays stuff, worked for them for a bit and plays that game obsessively. There's the elf. And plays that game obsessively. And... Oh, you didn't buy them yourself? Oh, okay. Because I would buy and frame those. Oh, you've seen it on Reddit? Oh, okay. Gotcha. But yeah, no, where was I going with this? games are dead when you stop caring. So a game is only as dead as the people who don't play it say it is. Like for me, MMOs have been dead since like 2010 because that's when I stopped playing them. And League of Legends has been dead since 2014. League of Legends has only grown since 2014. And MMOs are literally bigger right now than they've ever been, right? Like, the World of Warcraft is on the decline for sure, but MMOs as a style of game are bigger than they have ever been. Also, I'm going to do a real quick hard save and then reload. So I think that there are many genres of games, and like games as a whole right now are bigger than they've ever been. So, you know, yeah, ESO is massive, and ESO is like a small MMO. RuneScape is huge right now. Fucking, everybody's calling New World dead, that Amazon MMO. 30,000 people are still playing that every day. Like, that is healthy and alive for an MMO. Like, I saw somebody saying that Warframe was dead the other day. It's like, Warframe still has like 80 to 100,000 players daily. It's like, MMOs aren't dead. They're bigger than they've ever been. The difference is, if you're not paying attention to MMOs, you'll never run into news about them because they have like their own news. They have their own press. They have their own YouTube circles. They have their own Twitter circles. They have their own Reddits. Like, you don't know that those games are alive unless you go looking for them. So they might seem dead if you don't pay attention to them. But like, games as a whole is like is the biggest entertainment industry in the world, meaning every style of game right now is probably bigger than it's ever been. Like, as a perfectly good example of that, video games, and sorry to talk about war constantly on this stream, but video games are the largest source of third-party donations to the Ukrainian war effort as an industry, video games. The biggest source of third-party donations to the war effort that isn't a country. Fortnite, which is a video game that we all love, raised $144 million in 2 weeks. $30 million in the first day. Little fucking itch.io raised $6 million. Humble Bundle raised $20 million. And it's like, video games is a concerningly massive industry. Like, it is ginormous. Ginormous. It's like, Riot Games donated like $250,000. So all I gotta say is, Riot Games, step your game up. Quit embarrassing us. You went in on that Humble Bundle? I bought the Humble Bundle and the Itch Bundle. I bought the Humble Bundle for Back 4 Blood. I was like, $50 for Back 4 Blood. That's a good price. So I'm going to play some Back 4 Blood with my friends. MMOs died when they started introducing lobby queues, like dungeons. It completely removes the social and communal aspect of those games that made them so great. I mean, there are still MMOs that have that aspect. You just have to look for them, right? And also, like, that communal aspect is very much achievable at a smaller scale, admittedly, from games like Ark Survival Evolved and Rust and, you know, all of those server-based multiplayer survival games. Like, those... Actually, you know what? I'm not going to put this slab up here. I built this cool-ass tower. We're going to put it in the cool-ass tower. Where did that dwarf drop it? Oh, oh. I wasn't paying attention to where the dwarf was when it got dropped. But yeah, no, like, those style of games are very much keeping that. Like, yeah, like, the old school MMO, like, that we think of as MMOs for people who played MMOs, like, a decade or 2 decades ago, Yeah, that type of game is largely gone, but like games grow and genres change and styles of game evolve. Like the concept of what is an MMO is so much wider reaching than just like RuneScape and World of Warcraft, right? Like now we like to a degree even games like Warframe and games like Destiny are MMO-esque, even though they're not the traditional MMO. Yeah, also what Gristeth has to say, you know? Like, I used to get a lot of my friend time socializing out of MMOs. Like, the way I would socialize with friends is I would play MMOs. And then after that, we kind of sectioned off from the wider big games into smaller pocket communities. And then we all played like League of Legends and Heroes of Newerth and Dota and Counter-Strike for years. And those few guys that I still know, I think they're all just grinding Black Desert Online now. And I, like, stopped playing those games because my eyes got too bad to play them, and now I play Dwarf Fortress all day, right? And I got my socializing instead of out of those video games. I started streaming, so. But, you know, we all have our different takes on this. So this, the Crested Walls, a rutile slab, is our victory trophy. Congratulations to Mothfall, a very successful fortress that will continue to live on and defend itself on the cliffs and banks of the, where are we? Continent of Budding and the hills of and the halls of defending. Valiant fortress, fantastic effort, dwarves. It is time for us to retire the fortress for the time being, and tomorrow we will start a new fortress in this world. But before you run off, stream's not over yet. First off, we're going to play a record, but I'm going to jump into Legends mode real quick. Your fortress has settled into the rhythm of day-to-day living beyond your meticulous concern. I want to know what the fuck those angels were, because they're always randomly generated. They're like little forgotten beasts, so I want to know what they looked like, because we killed a bunch of them, so we're going to have to find out. I'm going to look them up real quick, and we'll see if we can spot them, because I am very curious to know what the fuck those were. And I also want to know what Ravofi Abako Ravofi is. The last maze. The demon that was in charge of them. Kind of funny to watch people that don't try to understand having friends online that we've never met playing an MMO? I mean, I guess I could see that. I think this is the world. Yeah, those two other ones I generated when I was talking with Tarn and X, so this would be the world. Historical figures. Okay, so let's look up that demon first. The last maze. Oh no. Okay. But Rafovi. No, I don't have the name of them. Ooh. Interesting. So the quote on the slab is, I am Rafa Ravofi, the last maze. Once of the underworld, by the abyss of gravel I bind myself to this place, right? The abyss of gravel was a deity that occurs in the myths of the mirror of roasting. The abyss was often depicted as a male dwarf and was associated with caverns, earth, and mountains. In the time before time, the abyss aided the tortoise devil, Spos Coppermenace, the unholy steel, tortoise devil, in becoming a permanent part of the living world. After pondering the ineffable sublets of mountains, the ritual took place in crested castles where we invaded using the crested walls. All right, so the Crested Walls is the item that we stole. We stole an artifact created by a dwarven god. Fuck yeah. Okay, what else do we have here?
Whoa, dude,
yeah,
fuck yeah, dude. That's fucking sick. Hell yeah. Woo!
So SPOS Copper. SPOS Copper. The Tortoise Devil. Spos Copper Menace, the Unholy Steel Tortoise Devil. She was the only one of her kind, a huge skinless tortoise twisted into humanoid form. It undulates rhythmically. Beware its webs. Spos was associated with theft, mountains, and caverns. Was thrust up a spire of Slade from the underworld, naming it the Misty Tower, and established a gateway between worlds in monster torment. The Crest Walls was created by Spas in A Time Before Time. In A Time Before Time, the Abyss Gravel aided in the Spos, the Mountainous, by the Crested Walls. And then the Renowned Devil, Spos the Renowned Devil created the position of Keeper of the Seal, Master of Beasts, as a matter of course. Skinless Tortoise, yes. The Piece of Wings was claimed. Okay, so I'm just going to screenshot all of this and stick it into the Discord, by the way. Partially for my own notes for future reference, and also for this. I'm going to grab... the description of this, and plop that into Legends, or into DF Talk. And then the last thing I wanted to look up is Angel of, okay. Being, oh. I guess we'd need to know the particular names of the Angel of Naglak. But what we do know is that the name of that god is Naglak Ashen, the Abyss Gravel. And those angels were called the Angels of Naglak, meaning we were killing a dwarven god's angels. One other thing I can look up. Peach of Magic was a group from the Planets of Prophecy. These were the people that we were attacking. Kuboid Kage. In the early winter of 179, the Crimson Pulley attacked the Peach of Magic, an unknown civilization. This is us. This is us attacking this group. I'll also post a screenshot of this. And we'll upload this world tomorrow morning. Sacrilege was our duty. Not sacrilege. Crimson Pulley attacked the Peach of Magic of an unknown civilization, and the dwarf Stukos Pablo led the attack, and we were victorious. So, the name, I guess, of the angel faction was this. So what happened to Controlled Cloisters, Ficod? Was just imprisoned. We never managed to free them, though. Is still their prisoner, allegedly. Killed 2 beings of mountains and 2 angels of Nagalak. Yeah, no, the dwarf god was in the wrong. Like, this is like the god committed sacrilege in the time before time, and we were righting that wrong. This wasn't us doing... We were not in the wrong here. We discovered something and broke into it and destroyed it. I like this. In 178, Ficod fought in the crazy sieges in the defense of Mothfall. Settled in Mothfall. Fought in the siege of Shoves and assault on crested castles. Led by Melville. Ficod was imprisoned. So God knows where this poor dwarf is now. Feel bad for... Well, I guess their wife is deceased, so... Feel so bad. But, damn straight. Like, I can't wait to start another fort in this world. Especially because I'll bet you some of the dwarves from the previous fort, or from that fort, Mothfall, are going to show up in the next one. So, something I'll do tomorrow morning during the intro of the stream is I will upload the save file for this world. So if anybody wants to fuck around in it and mess with it, that'll be available tomorrow morning. I'll put it up on Dwarf Fortress database. So, why did I decide to abandon this fort? I decided I was going to do that at the beginning of today because I kind of achieved everything I wanted to. We're playing the faction. We're not playing a fort. Like, the way a lot of people play Dwarf Fortress is they generate a world, they build a fort, and then they play that fort, and then they get tired of the fort, they abandon the fort, and then they make a new world. That's not how I play Dwarf Fortress, unless it's Long Death, which I'm just playing that one fort until we hit 1,000 years. But the way I play Dwarf Fortress is I make a fort, I kind of set a goal in my mind. When I achieve that goal, I build a new fort in the same world. So I will be playing the same faction, in the same world, in a slightly different location with similar goals. And now the goals are kill the fucking gods. So, yeah. Or at least steal their toys. But yes. That is why I decided to abandon the world, because I decided this morning I was